Enough to make it. Enough to make
All right. All right, I think Sprocketbot is a little drunk. I think Sprocketbot thinks it's still yesterday. Not that I am going to beat up Sprocketbot. I didn't code that part of it, so I don't code the go live announcement. Oh. Sprocketbot, was that a new jam? Yeah, that is actually... It's not new. It is... off the Dystopian album. For those people that don't follow all the things I do, earlier this year, when we went into the downslide, I recognized very quickly we were headed into a, how shall we say, Orwellian dystopian era. And because I need music in the mood to create, that's why I like having my own label. So I put together Citadel of Glass and Steel. I'm not suddenly an Orwellian. I've always been an Orwellian. I've always feared a dystopian future. And unfortunately, right now, we're living in that dystopian future. And I don't think people realize it. The piece here is when you allow things to happen to other people that you know are wrong, you're not having them be wrong anymore. When you turn a blind eye to hold on, someone's in a state of crisis. When you turn a blind eye to what happens to the other person. I was under the impression during Wednesday's show, I was under the impression that the Venezuelan boat that we hit was of a different target package assessment. I condemn the U.S. Navy for shooting that boat in international waters. I condemn the Navy. I condemn the United States Department of Defense. Because you didn't have justifiable probable cause to execute 11 people on that boat. I was under the impression when I made my comments on Wednesday that we knew more details about that boat. And that's the problem with the mainstream media right now, pumping out stuff. And you simply can't read everything. Even I can't. Like, there is a limitation to how much any one creator can read and study. I could spend all day today reading, I could spend all day today reading news stories today, and I would fall behind by the time I vet each one and research each one. There's just no way to stay on top of it. And where we run into the problem is, where I yell at people, where I don't tolerate bullshit, is I've been up since 6 Central Time, and it's 10 a.m. Central Time. And I have just this morning done 2.5 hours of show prep. So the things I'm going to talk about today are things that I've done more than I read the headline. I've looked up stuff. Now, there are things that I cover off the cuff. There are things that I cover in a more opinion editorial mindset. But we have to be careful that we're celebrating. And like the Wolf of Gar says, we have to be careful what we're celebrating right now, because what the United States did is no different than what the Houthi rebels did. I'm not saying those 11 people were good people, but those 11 people were in international water. You don't have a right to board their vessel in international water on suspected crime. You have to wait till they cross into your national waters, because they're not committing a crime, or they might be committing a crime, but you don't have the right to unilaterally kill them. Now, under the United Nations Conventions on Laws of the Sea, drug trafficking is considered a crime against international cooperation. We have the Maritime Drug Law Enforcement Act, the MDLEA, and it makes it a crime to smuggle or possess drugs with the intent to distribute on vessels subject to U.S. jurisdiction. This means you can't be if you're on a U.S. flagged ship, the United States Navy in international waters can board you. If you're on a foreign vessel that consents to U.S. enforcement, or if you're not flying a flag. However, you don't have the right to blow them up. You have the right to board their... You have the right to board them. Who authorized that? The President of the United States. Now, unfortunately, the President of the United States is calling them narco-terrorists. The first thing I would like to see the United States do, I would like to see the Congress end the war on terrorism. Because technically, what the president did is all he has to do is point a finger and say they're narcotics terrorists. But at the end of the day now, you murdered 11 people. And again, we don't have to break everything down into right and wrong. You can, just because I'm saying, hold on one second. See, this is what's stupid about people. They don't understand, and then they talk. We can't have a situation where the President of the United States can unilaterally just kill people. And if you're not mad about see, you can't reach the MAGA, the small section of the Republican Party that's MAGA, because they're brainwashed and they're indoctrinated. They have been through Room 101. They love the party. But then, Rad Dude, we can't have people like you either. See, I speak out against one side, and you're the other problem. You're the ignorant, uninformed person who spreads headlines but doesn't understand, doesn't ask questions. And these are the problems we have. We can't have a society of ignorant individuals who don't want to fix anything. Hold on, these people just, they amaze me. We have people running around where I say that this country doesn't heal unless we have a third major political party. And there's people that are automatically accusing me of supporting Jill Stein. We're in the comment of this country doesn't heal unless we have a third major political party. Does my supporting Jill Stein come in? And the answer is it doesn't. Because the closest person to a third political party this country has ever had was 1992, the Reform Party, where Ross Perot got, I believe, 19% of the popular vote. That was the last time we've had a legitimate third party. What we need, this guy got 19.7 million votes. I'm sorry, 18.9%. We need to stop. Not everybody's entitled to an opinion anymore. You're just not. There was a woman today who got into an argument with me. Once again, another person. What about independent? They're independent because they're not a major political party. They are independent of the Democrats and they are independent of the Republicans. As soon as they become a major political party, they won't be the independent party anymore. They'll be, and by the way, very few people ever say they're the independent party. They're the independent candidate. You have the Reform Party under Ross Perot. You have the Green Party who ran Jill Stein in 2024. You had, what was it? The Forward. What the hell was his party's name that he ran with? Shit. What did Andrew Yang call his political party after the Forward Party, right? Andrew Yang in 2021, after he knew he wasn't going to be the nominee, he created the Forward Party. You've got the Libertarian Party under Rand Paul, although, and the reason why they get called independents is because they're not major parties. What's even worse is they're not independent at all. Because they're independent, but right now, I think the only two independents we have in Congress are independent, but they caucus with the Democrats. We have the Justice Party that was formed in 2011. We have the America Party, which Elon Musk is considering starting. So we have Libertarian, Forward, Reform, Justice, T, America, Green. We have 7 minor parties. The problem becomes nobody wants to do this. This is the hard part. The hard part is saying, where do you stand on all these issues and how are you different from the two groups? Like the Enough is Enough party, which is what I'm currently working on in my downtime. Keep guns out of the hands of people who shouldn't have them. I don't think individuals who have a history of mental health issues, and I'm not using that as code word for transgender. I'm using that for combat veterans, people that have PTSD, people that have severe trauma. They shouldn't have guns. They shouldn't have guns. Or if they have guns, they should have guns but agree not to leave their house. If you need a gun to feel safe because you have trauma, then be arrest on site. If you leave your home, you'll be arrested because you've said you don't feel safe in society. Well, what if I have an appointment? Well, how are you going to? Because your argument is you don't feel safe in society. Well, if I had my gun with me, you're suffering from paranoid delusions. You can't take a gun with you in society. I'm all good with you having a gun in your house. You just can't leave your house. You just have to have your shit delivered. You have to do telehealth. You have to do that. If you need to go to a medical appointment because you're sick, you have to be taken by ambulance. And you have to concede that they're going to make sure you're not bringing a gun with you to the hospital. Sound good? No, that doesn't sound good. Oh, well then what do you suppose? Because I don't think you're mental right in the head, so you shouldn't have a gun. Your shrink doesn't think you're mental right in the head, and you shouldn't have a gun. The gun owner thinks you're not mental right in the head and shouldn't have a gun. Well, you can't take away my right. Well, we can, because we already do. We are, like, people on both sides of the argument are making the bullshit up that we already don't deny people firearms. If you're convicted of domestic violence, you can't have a gun. If you're a violent offender, you can't have a gun. If you're a convicted felon, while you're finishing off your terms of your parole, you can't have a gun. There's already a lot of people that we say you can't have a gun. We need to expand that. What about if we talk about LGBTQ plus rights? The Enough is Enough party under me. The middle party. Stop caring about relationships as long as both partners are of the age of consent and consenting. You can't have a gun that fires a cartridge round. Sure. Yeah. No one's going to stop you from having a musket. No one's going to stop you from having a grape shot cannon. Why do we have so many opinions that are literally you're a white guy, you're not entitled to an opinion. And this is where I think the world deserves whatever it gets. Let me see if I can find it, because it was actually quite comical. So I posted Oh, did she fucking delete it? Oh, that dirty fucking whore of a creator. She fucking deleted my comment. Oh, that dirty whore. See, I don't think that you should be allowed to delete people's comments unless you delete the whole thread. That's some fucking bullshit. Give me 1 second, because I want to make sure she deleted it. It looks like she deleted it. And that's fucking bullshit. Let's see. Activity center. Comment history. Okay, so I'm gonna show this. I think I can show the comments without logging in, right? Hopefully. And this is where the problem. Yeah, what about my blunderbuss? Oh, it hides it on the website. So this is what we're dealing with in America right now, because people are fucking fragile. This person posts a video How can you say you're American and believe in socialist policy? Because our country broke free of the British Empire over a 3% tariff on tea. Tariff. No, we fucking didn't break over. We didn't break free of the British Empire over 3% tariff on tea. Because if you know any fucking thing about history, we broke free because of taxation without representation. We fought for freedom because of not having representation. The Tea Act of 1773 made tea cheaper, but it was viewed as a back-end runaround of levying a tax without representation in Parliament. Now ignore that comment for the moment. Oh, she deleted her comment. That's why I moved that one up. She made an irrelevant point. I hear what you're saying, but you're oversimplifying. Just be honest. Have you read the text of the Tea Act of 1773? I have a bachelor's in poli-sci. What the fuck does having a bachelor's degree in poli-sci have to do with the price of tea and revolutionary America? The answer is nothing, because you can get a bachelor's degree in political science and never, ever, ever, ever study the American Revolution. Even historians, and it's kind of early for Carthos, he may stumble in here. Even historians who've studied the American Revolution might not have necessarily ever read the text of the Tea Act of 1773. But this is where I love. It's okay to say you're a white man whose very existence is built into a system that was made to lift you up and you don't want it to change. How in the blue fuck do people not get that I'm not a white guy who got lifted up by a system? I'm the fucking youngest son of an Irish immigrant who didn't get shit. All I'm gonna say is all these people who keep saying this bullshit, you're a white guy, you're a white guy, you're a white guy. You know what that shit does over a lifetime? It makes me turn around and say, fuck it. Yeah, I'm a white guy. Fuck all of you. I'm gonna sit here and count my Benjamins. Don't ask the Europeans. Europeans don't have black people. Ask Europeans who the minority of Europe is. And depending on what part of Europe you're talking about, ask the Europeans, and I can't even use the word, ask the Europeans who the minority of Europe is. The filthy Irishmen. Until we expanded east into Eastern Europe, white Irish people didn't become white, part of the majority, until they started looking to Eastern Europe after the fall of the Soviet Union. We were still dirty potato eaters. People got to get this people got to do some reading. Germans didn't think highly of the Irish. They like to drink with us. Yeah, we're still potato eaters, but the Europeans will be like, yeah, man, they were our minority until we started looking at Eastern Europe and including the former Soviet Union. Shit, man, Irish people weren't part of the old boys network until the fucking Berlin Wall fell. There's a reason why people mock the redheaded stepchild. The redheaded stepchild. You were having an affair with an Irish guy. Holy fuck, man. You're a white guy. No, I'm Irish. No, it still makes you white, does it? Why don't we get rid of that fucking shit? Why is it when you're losing an argument, the fucking liberal left, their response is to throw the racist card? You're a white guy, and? I'm sorry. If you're gonna say that my boat got lifted up by a tide that didn't lift yours, I turned 18 and I got $1 million from the government check got lost. I never got it. How did you get out of college without having debt? Mom and dad pay for it? No, I worked. Somebody the other day said the argument, it fucking pissed me off. I don't know if I have it. I didn't prep a lot of videos for today because I can't find substance anymore. Somebody said, how are you at college 40 hours a week and having time to work a full-time job? And I said, in what fucking universe are you at college 40 hours a week? Right? If you're on the Monday, Wednesday, Friday schedule, you have 5 classes, 50 minutes each. So we'll just call it an hour because you got to transition to the next class. So 5, 10, 15 hours a week. That's it. Where the fuck are people getting this understanding that being at college is 40 hours a week? In your freshman and sophomore year, you're not doing, if you're spreading your courses out properly, you're not doing 25 hours of homework a week. 15 to 20? Yeah. Do you have some periods of time where you're working your ass off because you have 2 unrelated papers? Yeah. But what the fuck is this bullshit? Yeah, 25 hours of using ChatGPT. People are mad because some colleges have gone back to the Socratean method of there's no longer even papers. You have to defend your position orally. Good. Fuck them. It's not a new concept. I had to do that shit. God, I'm old. 27 years ago, 26 years ago, 25 years ago. I had to defend. I was a fucking 16-year-old in a night class full of all adult students, and my fucking ticket got pulled first. And I went. And everybody kind of groaned, because if you know anything about going first is a double-edged sword. If you set a really high bar and nobody else beats that bar, you get an A and you just fucking sandbagged your entire class. But if you go first and you deliver a half-ass, the teacher might give you a C, and then if everybody else delivers a half-ass, they might all get B's, and the teacher forgets to go back and change your grade up to a B. After the first time I went first in that class at 16, I realized I wasn't going to have a lot of friends in college because the bar was all the way the fuck up here. About 4 presentations after mine, the professor said, why don't we take a break? And the professor talked to the people that went after me, and the professor was like, I'm going to just assume that Jay didn't go first. Because you all seem like you have no confidence. And the one guy, I remember his name, he was in a couple of my other classes. He was in my cohort for school. I had him a bunch of times at night. He said, I can't compete with that. Well, that's not my fault. So in a lot of my classes I went through, there was no longer random assignment. It was like you're going last. You're going last because you can't make everybody else feel fucking terrible about their presentation. That's good. That's how you know if the person knows it. Like I'll share with you a little personal piece of my family, which I don't mind sharing when it's relevant. My daughter texted me last night. I was watching Wednesday. And so she texted me, and I tell my family when I'm watching a TV show, I'm not able to divide my attention between TV and your bullshit. So if it's emergency, put the very first line of the text, emergency. So I see it, like I look at my watch, I see emergency, I pause the show, I pick up the phone. So my kid sent me, in anthropology, we've been talking about the AAA Code of Ethics. I chose the prompt that discusses how an anthropologist was conducting research in a small village, and while sitting on the steps, she witnessed a group of men commit a murder. And she goes on, and she types it all out on her phone, and I have no fucking idea why. And she gets down, and she says, on one hand, da-da-da-da-da, on the other hand, da-da-da-da-da, and she says, I feel like I may be overthinking this. Nope, I'm very proud of you. You're thinking just like an anthropologist should. My kid probably won't make the connection. My kid has been taught social science since she was that big. Because I'm a social scientist. I'm a political scientist, a historian, a cultural anthropologist, a psychologist, and a sociologist. That's all the shit that I teach. So my kid has been taught that. My kid has known cultural anthropology ethics since she was 4 or 5. So now my kid is in cultural anthropology 101, rocking the shit out of it, and she probably doesn't realize where she got it. That's in response to the dad the other day that said, my kids are at school 8 hours a day. I only have 4 hours with my kids after they get home. What the fuck school is in school till 4 or 5 at night? If you're talking about itty bitties, yeah. If you're talking about toddles, if you're talking about kindergarten, first, second grade, they shouldn't have homework at all. I love Sweden. I love Denmark. I love Switzerland. I love all your educational research because you guys actually give a shit about your country. You give a shit about your people. Educational research following 650,000 kids for 3 generations. Like, they have that data available, proving homework does no good. I love it. It's awesome. You're going to say you're not going to teach your kid anything. What do you do for a living? I have a bullshit Joe job. You still have homework in Denmark. Yeah, but you don't have homework for the itty bitties. You don't have homework for, unless it's a one-off thing. You don't have homework for the itty bitties. The itty bitties do all their work at school. They don't have, like, go home and do this fucking worksheet. You just been in school for 8 hours. Go home. But it's also people that are saying this, and it pisses me off. Yeah, find out if your mom's still teaching. If the itty bitties, I'm talking like 5, 6, and 7-year-olds still have homework. Because I was under the impression that at that age they didn't take anything home, like the occasional one-off thing, but not like a worksheet every night. My problem is when you say, "I don't want to teach my kid anything." What do you mean you don't want to teach your kid anything? What do you do for a living? I have a bullshit Joe job. So you want your kid to have a bullshit Joe job? Why aren't you teaching your kid to be better than you? Like, that was the thing my father drilled into my head, and I was fortunate. I had an older brother who drilled into my head, you do not, my brother said to me, you do not want to be an engineer. You do not want to be a mechanic. He's like, you do not want to do physical manual labor. She says not mandatory anymore, but for any grades, highly, yeah, 10 years old and up, right. And then 4th grade, 10-year-old, they get a little bit of work and the work scales. Shit, man. I agree with parents when they say, my kid goes to school for 8 hours a day, but it's really closer to 6 or 6.5. And then they come home and they have 4 hours of homework. Well, do they have 4 hours of actual homework? Or do they have 4 hours? Do they take 4 hours to get it done? Because you don't take their phone and you don't turn the TV off, and they get home and they work for 10 minutes, then they got to go to the bathroom. Then they come back, they work for 2 minutes, then they got to get a snack. My kids are told, if you have homework, bring your ass in the house. If you need to use the bathroom, use the bathroom, sit down, get a beverage if you need a beverage, but there's no fucking snack because dinner is coming shortly along. Like, my kid now gets out of school at 2:40 and dinner is along by 4 o'clock. If my kid comes home and is whining and screaming about being starving, I'll make my kid something real quick like garlic bread and put it on the plate. Do your homework. But my kid hasn't had fucking homework except bullshit things I had to sign. That's good. At the moment, it's up to each individual school in Sweden to decide if they're going to give students homework. Right, but I think universally, even in Sweden, the itty-bitties aren't getting homework. The 5-year-olds, the 6-year-olds, and the 7-year-olds aren't getting homework because all the research shows that's useless. I think it's non-marked homework. Yeah, like, encourage the parents to read with them or practice their writing. Yes, absolutely. But that's not, in my opinion, homework. It's not a worksheet for the sake of worksheet. It's worksheet for your kid sucks at handwriting. My youngest kid sucks at handwriting. So I said to my kid, it was really kind of funny. It was really kind of an epiphany. I said to my kid the other day, I was like, your handwriting sucks. And let me back that up. Your printing sucks. And I said, any day that you don't have homework, we're going to get out the letter tablet and you're going to do your letters. Well, funny enough, my kid's fucking printing became immaculate almost overnight. It was like the risen Jesus showed up and nobody beats the Riz. And he was like, the power of printing compels you. And holy shit, the next day her printing was great. Because she didn't want to have to do 20 minutes or 2 or 3 pages of the tablet. Okay, well you apparently can print now. Your printing is apparently legible. It's like I handed something to my daughter once, and she's like, I can't read this. It was cursive. I forgot my kids can't read cursive. My wife doesn't really read my cursive too well. I try not to write in cursive, but sometimes I forget. In the age that everybody has an electronic note taker, we don't need it. Let's see. My niece started college and was in a class with 100 people, and the teacher was talking too quietly and people walked out. She went and talked to the head guy, and now he's going to sit in class next week to see what's going on. Okay, and? If a teacher's not speaking loud enough, then you say something, excuse me, we're in the back, we can't hear you. I've worn a mic in lecture halls because I had students that said they couldn't hear me, but I generally have like a command voice. But the piece of your story that you missed is that, and some people walked out. You didn't make mention that anybody told him he was speaking too quietly. We've raised a generation of people to be non-confrontational. I just read an interesting article about airline travel today, and somebody wrote an article about how to tell somebody you're not going to change seats with them on the airplane. When the fuck did we have to start having magazine articles to teach people how to engage with other human beings? Hey man, I was wondering if you'll trade seats with me. No thanks. That's it. No thanks. No thanks. And then look away from them. Well, I was really hoping. I looked away from you. That ended the conversation. Maybe mom and dad didn't teach you manners, but when you ask a question and I give an answer and I look away from you, it means I'm no longer interested in carrying on this conversation. So that'll be $50, please, for filling in the blanks of mommy and daddy not doing their job. We don't teach kids how to function. We don't, like, you walk up, hey bro. Hey bro, I'm talking to you. Hey man, what the fuck's your problem? She said she's there to learn, not to be disrespectful. I'm gonna help you out. She's a fucking idiot then. She's not there to learn. Excuse me, sir, I can't hear you. Can you project your voice a little bit larger? It's kind of a large... That's not being disrespectful. I can't hear you. But you know what's even funnier? You know who I think could probably hear the teacher? The ones that got there earlier were in the front row. Where should your ass be when you're in college? Front row. But to go back to my point, my name ain't bro. 4 people on this... 5, 6, 7... 7 people on this planet can call me bro. 7 people can call me bro. 4 biological siblings. 3 people that are part of my family. That extended family that I look out for. Oh, 8 people. If my little cousin calls me bro, I don't mind because I'm the only older brother she has. Beyond that, if you call me bro, fuck right off. I'm not your bro. Yes, it's common in Sweden to give the kid anything they didn't manage to finish. Time at home. Yes. Jalan or Jay or any version of Mr. or Sir. Right. Excuse me, or just excuse me. Excuse me, what can I do for you? That was very polite, thank you. I've been sitting in a library once. I was reading, and a kid walked up to me who knew me from years before. Excuse me, Melly Umpkin's dad? Oh, what's up? I haven't seen you since you were yay high. I was wondering, do you have a minute to help me? Yeah, what's up? I don't understand this. Sure, grab a seat. What you got? We live in a world now where everybody wants to bitch, but nobody wants to change it. I bring up a point about we need to stop the bullshit about a 3% tax on tea. Yes, they were mad about the 3% tax on tea, but the tea was cheaper. If you're going to talk about we rebelled over a 3% tax on tea, no, we didn't. No, the fuck we didn't. The tea was actually cheaper after the Tea Act of 1773. It was cheaper. And I'm not making that shit up. You can go read the Tea Act. It was cheaper. Because the British Empire was trying to save the East India Trading Company. They allowed the East India Trading Company to trade directly with the American colonies instead of having to route everything up to Britain, be processed by British business, which is different today than it was back then, and then be reshipped over to America. Instead of the ship having to come around Africa, go up to England, offload, reload, crossload, they allowed the boat right under the edge of Africa to swing a hard left, go right to the colonies. The tax might as well have been on daylight because was being taxed wasn't the point. Right. It was the fact the colonists rebelled against England because of the Tea Act of 1773. Even though it made the product cheaper, it was an end run around their complaint to the king that they didn't have any taxation, that they didn't have any representation. The king in Parliament said, well, we'll just make the product cheaper because those dumb colonists, and what they forget was some of the world's brightest minds were in the colonies because they had educational restraints removed from them. Like, people are forgetting that, like him or hate him, Benjamin Franklin was one of the brightest minds of his age. Now, granted, he gets a bad rap, and we keep him under wraps in American history because he was a slut. Benjamin Franklin fucked a lot of women. He fucked a lot of women. He did a lot of drugs. He drank a lot of booze. Who fucking cares? Everybody did that shit. He was one of the brightest minds of the era. Remember, we trusted the writing of the Constitution to basically like one main dude, one backup dude, and everybody else was fucking and drinking and partying. And we can't talk about that. Oh, we can't talk about Benjamin Franklin because he frequented prostitutes. And what? Gotta blame the French for that bad influence. Why the fuck did Benjamin Franklin take to France, like, you know, fly to honey? He loved it. He loved France. I mean, we basically have James Madison in his room writing most of the draft. Most of you don't even know Gouverneur Morris. You don't even know the name. Why? Because we don't want to credit another person. We want to, and by the way, Gouverneur Morris, his first name was Governor. That literally because the guy's first name was Governor, not his role, not his position. His first name was Governor. American historians have stripped him from the telling of the story. Yeah. We've stripped him from the telling of the story, and I'm not making it up because it'll be too confusing for people. On a scale of 1 to 10, how disappointed are you that most young people probably have their most knowledge from the Hamilton musical? Over 9 fucking thousand. Over 9 fucking thousand. Absolutely. But people don't realize that some of those commas in places should never have been intended to be interpreted years later. Yeah, there's a musical called Hamilton, and that's where most, like, kids come up to me and they're like, I know all about the Constitutional Convention. Why? I watched Hamilton. Yes, fucking schools were showing Hamilton the musical. Because it's entertainment, and then the social studies teacher doesn't have to teach for 4 days. What did I show? I showed the movie Glory, and I had black parents up at the school screaming at me about showing a racially insensitive movie. I'm sorry. We had slavery in this country. It's not a fictional work. It's a fictional portrayal of an actual situation. Free blacks of the Union going down and fighting to end slavery. We don't celebrate that. Yeah, you watch Glory in high school. I showed Glory in high school. I showed Glory to my high school students. I showed Glory, and then I made them write a paper on it. We're living in a world where society's fucking doomed because as soon as you don't agree with somebody, you can just accuse them of being a racist. I'm sorry, you can be a racist or a sexist. A white female creator didn't like the fact that I was challenging her video, and she said, "You're a white man who benefited. Go fuck yourself, you sexist racist. If you mention my sex or my gender, that's not the point of this, Silo. If you mention my being a male or being a man, you're a fucking sexist. You're a bigot. If you mention my being white, you're a racist and a bigot." Just like I say to people, I don't make the appeal from authority argument. I'm not smarter than you because I went to college. I'm more educated than you because I went to college. The difference is somebody else was in control of my curriculum for 7.5 years of my life. I love the idea of Good Will Hunting. I love the scene where he says, you could have gotten the same education and $1.50 in late fees from the local public library. Somebody was shocked the other day when I said, yeah, I've probably finished reading my 1500th book in my life. And somebody was like, there's no way you read 1500 books in your life. How do you figure? I read a book a week, minimum. I read one book a week, minimum. And sometimes if I read a lot of studies in a day, I won't necessarily read any of the book I'm working on because I've read 200 or 300 pages worth of studies. Like there's an author who's continuously updating a fascinating research paper on 1500 books is nothing. 1500 is hard. Your wife read 87 books last year. Yeah. When I say books though, I don't mean fiction. I think I should foot stomp that. I'm not talking fiction. I'm talking like the one on my nightstand right now. I got to pick up the pace on. I bumped 1984 in. I started Hard Times by Stud Terkel, and then I bumped it for 1984. And 1984, I'm gonna have to reread again because I'm pulling content out. But people are like, somebody in their 40s literally said to me, the last time I read a book was in high school. Go sit over there. Go sit all the way the fuck over there. The last time you read a book was high school. Go the fuck over there. Go, shut the fuck up. Yeah, 600 pages is 600 pages. When we're talking about exercising your brain, absolutely. But when we're talking about, like, no offense, if 6 of the books you read or 5 of the books you read were the crown of thorn and roses, or the throne of thorns and roses, whatever the fuck that young adult fiction thing is that people started reading, yes, it's reading and it's exercising your mind, but you're not getting anything out of it. A Court of Thorns and Roses. That's it. And there's a whole series. It's a good series. It's a good series. I read it. And so the point is, you got a girl who tells me, well, I have a degree in political science. So fucking what? You don't know what I have. If your argument is going to be, I have a degree, go get your fucking money back. Have I read Milkweed? Are you talking? I'm assuming you're talking about the 1939 story from Poland. If you're talking about, yes, I've read Milkweed. If you're talking about Jerry Spinelli, yes. Yeah. I when I went on a jaunt down the two world wars and how we turned the world wars into fictional reading with practical lessons, I read a lot. Like, I think it's cliche, but I think one of the most important books people can ever read is All Quiet on the Western Front. But people are afraid to read All Quiet on the Western Front. You can't read All Quiet on the Western Front. That's Nazi indoctrination. It's the fuck what now? What the fuck is it? It's Nazi indoctrination. Okay. No, it's not. Not in the slightest. And that's ignorant ass shit. But that's why society is doomed. Because as soon as you're losing an argument, or as soon as people can present facts that discount your narrative, then you claim he's picking on me. Right? Somebody asked me when the show was rolling through, did I watch any of the RFK Senate hearing? Yeah, I watched a lot of the RFK Senate hearing because it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. Nobody knows how many lives were saved by the vaccine. Well, unfortunately, Kennedy, the United States can decide that they don't want to be part of the World Health Organization anymore. The United States can decide that they want to pull their funding from the WHO, but the WHO has a report that says in Europe, the deaths to COVID dropped by 57%, saving 1.4 million lives. Other studies that don't give a shit if the United States government agrees with them or not says that 1.9 million lives in the US were saved in the first year alone after the vaccine. RFK Jr. implied everybody could get a COVID booster shot. That's not true. Not everyone can get a booster shot because of things that the CDC has done. You can't get healthy children that aren't immunocompromised aren't flagged as eligible to get the COVID vaccine, as they shouldn't be. I don't believe in a pill for every ill. I don't believe in a shot for everything. A healthy person has almost no risk of dying of COVID. Well, what if they have asthma? Where's my stick? Then they're not a healthy person. A young person who doesn't have any health conditions, for them, COVID is going to be like the common cold. For people that have asthma, for people that are obese, for people that are other immunocompromised, they need a vaccine that's actually been worked on consistently for 5 years and will do its job, which I don't think exists right now. RFK Jr. said the data is unreliable. Both the Center for Disease Control and the World Health Organization has data that says 1.2 million people died of COVID. Now, is some of the data GIGO? Garbage in, garbage out? Absolutely. I know some of it is GIGO. If you've been around, remember, I came out of, I was not in a good spot, and I started streaming again. because everybody was quarantined at home, and I figured you'd want to. I'm not that entertaining, but I tend to entertain some people. I started streaming. I know for a fact at least one person in New York City was counted as a COVID death. The person was shot, but they were in the system as having tested positive for COVID. So they got added to the COVID numbers. A coroner came out and said this was a bullshit accident. A person whose cause of death is 3 bullet wounds to the chest did not die of COVID. They died while having COVID. There was another person that died in a car accident and they were counted as a COVID death. No, but that's what happens when all of a sudden you don't have a standardized data system. We have thousands of data systems in this country. They don't all talk to each other. Think about how anybody you've ever talked to that has had to do one database migration from one database to another. How fucking hard that is. You've all had a job, or you probably have had a job where one system doesn't talk to another system. Cause of death, gunshot wound. You didn't die of COVID. You might have had COVID, but you didn't die of COVID. Antidepressants and school shootings. Kennedy denied ever linking the two, but he previously speculated they might contribute. Okay. I'm going to say this, and it's going to offend people. And I don't give a fuck. You guys know that I go down rabbit holes. I go down a lot of rabbit holes. There have been school shootings in America since before we were America. We've had school shootings in this country since 1640. We had a school shooting at Enoch Brown's school on the 26th of July, 1764. They killed the teacher and 10 children. I am tired. On a fundamental part of my soul, I am tired of people not doing any homework before talking about shit where they say anything. Your dad died after Christmas and they never said it was COVID, but after the fact the government said it could have been way before initially stated. We're convinced he had COVID. The whole family got sick. They're not eating it till 2 years later, possibly due to having antibodies, but that's just my opinion. Right, we had COVID in this country because we're a global travel society now. We knew we had COVID coming into the country. People were like, why didn't we stop the people coming in from China? Because it wouldn't have mattered, right? It wouldn't have mattered in the slightest, because by the time we realized there was a problem coming out of China, there was already thousands of people that had come back from China. The old RFK clip about the polio vaccine causing soft tissue cancers is also wild. One thing I do not want is a resurgence of kids and iron lungs. Right. Are you going to stop Americans in China from coming home? Actually, yes. We actually have a protocol in this country. We have 2 protocols in this country, actually, that one stops all inbound travelers, and they have to be quarantined for 21 days. We have that protocol. We also have a secondary protocol which separates the country into 2 halves, and we literally just stop people at the Mississippi. The problem is, there's a really great movie, The Day After Tomorrow, where the Vice President of the United States says the economy is every bit as fragile as the environment. Our economy is fragile. Don't fucking touch it. Don't even look at the economy too long. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Just look. Take a glance. How's my money doing? Don't look too long. If we enact these things to stop the spread of a disease, yeah, Schrodinger's economy, it is both there and not there at the same time. If we enact these procedures to try to stop the spread of a disease, but we don't factor in what that's going to do to the economy, we could save a bunch of people and cripple the economy. And we did do that. And that's what people are now. That's what I wish all the people that have the huge followings would sit the fuck down and get a lecture on. It is 5 years after the COVID lockdowns. We are now seeing the after effect of all those COVID policies. That's what we're seeing now. An economy doesn't make a turn on a dime when you infuse that much money into the economy. It's a slow thing. Well, why is ground beef still as expensive as after? Because the market will bear it. What makes you think, like, when you shut down all the meat processing facilities, or when you make the meat processing facilities work on 1/3 shifts so that people aren't next to each other, and the meat prices go up because the supply goes down, but the demand goes up because people are eating at home. So basic economics teaches us when the supply goes down, the price will almost certainly go up. But when the supply goes down and the demand also goes up, the price absolutely goes up by an order of magnitude. Well, when the supply came back up and the demand went back down, why did the price not go back down? Because the price was what the market would bear. It wasn't about returning back to pre-COVID numbers. It was about, oh, your budget will pay for $10 a pound ground beef. Okay, we see no reason to drop ground beef. The meat packing plant is like, well, all the money we lost during COVID, we're still projecting those losses. Well, what do you mean? Because you made us work on 1/3 shifts, but the price went up. But our price didn't go up. Our price didn't go up. We just couldn't supply as much. Well, whose price went up? The point of sales price went up. And when people don't understand economics, they can't talk about economics. People are like, somebody literally said to me, raising the minimum wage doesn't impact prices. The fuck are you talking about? Let's say we have a closed system. It's a completely closed system, and just to keep it easy, we have 5 people involved in a process. But right here, we're going to put a line, and we're going to put a guy up here. And each one of these people gets paid $1 to make one item. So at the end, each of these people each get paid $1 to make the one item. So we have one item, and people are like, oh, well, it'll be $4. No, because this guy has to get a cut too. He has to be paid. He represents the owner of the factory. He represents the marketing department. He represents the sales department. He represents Sheila in accounting that pays you. That guy up there, because we're keeping it really simple, he represents a cut. And a basic cut is he just gets $1. Well, that means you've got an item that you need to sell for at least $5. What's up? When you sell this item over here, this item does not go for $5 on the store because this guy also has to make $1. And this is where the disconnect is. There's only $4 worth of labor on the item, but the item has to sell for at least $6. But we haven't factored in the key part. We haven't factored in profit on either side. So when people say raise the minimum wage, okay, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. This item now becomes 12. The item doubled in price. And yet we still have not accounted for profit. This guy doesn't want to own a factory to not make any profit. He doesn't want the fucking ass pain of setting up a factory, having employees, paying taxes, all these services to not make profit. He could take his $10,000, because small number for the small factory example, and he could leave it in the fucking bank and make 4% on it. Why the fuck does he want to employ all these people if he can't make at least double what he could make doing nothing? And when you start to say that to people, they always throw this word back out. It's greed. Okay, then tell all the fucking factory owners, tell all the employers that they can't make more than 50% more than they could put it in the bank. So right now you can put the money in the bank at 4% guaranteed. So he can't make more than 6%. Do you think 2% profit is going to be enough to drive business people to create jobs? And if you think the answer is yes, go start a business. You think I'm going to pull money out of the bank and open another bar if you tell me I'm hard capped, that I can only make 6%? Fuck no, I'll leave my money in. I will leave my money in the bank, make 4% on it, and now there's no bar. Now there's no bartender. Now there's no waitress. Now there's no cook. Now there's no distributor there's no distributor driver bringing me deliveries. Now the distributor's not selling to a bar. Now there's not a truck driver bringing shit from the factory to the distributor. Now there's not people at the factory making the shit. Unless you understand the whole process. And I don't blame you for not understanding it if you don't, because your school failed you. What about the people who had adverse reactions to the vaccine? My mom works in cardiology and says she sees a lot of people who got the vaccine, never had heart issues before, and now they do. Yeah. What about it? You've hit the nail on the head. There are people that have adverse reactions to getting the vaccine. It was a vaccine that was modeled off of a vaccine that didn't have a 10-year trial period, study, whatever. Yes, it is a huge problem. We had a situation. We stabbed people in the arm for, honestly, to save 1 million lives. To save less than 1% of the population, we stabbed a bunch of people with the vaccine. I got the initial COVID vaccine, and I will tell you, after getting the initial COVID vaccine, I got sick as shit, and I'm not talking like ill. I'm talking my entire body after I got the COVID vaccine has literally been one fuck you after another. Never had a heart problem, never had a cardiovascular problem, never had neuropathy, didn't have any of that shit. After getting the shot in 2020, my immune system has been liquid dog shit since. I wish I never got the shot. I wish I never got the COVID vaccine. I wish I never got it. Plus, I've had COVID since getting it. So, fuck. You had an adverse reaction to the flu vaccine. Doesn't automatically make it bad, though. I had 2 adverse reactions to the flu vaccine. I ended up in the ICU twice after getting the flu mist. I had adverse reactions to the flu mist twice. So much so that the military put a note in my file that said I am not to be administered the flu mist. I went in one day and they said I have to get my flu mist, and I said I don't get the flu mist, it's in my record. And the one doctor said I can override that. And I said, well, she's right down the hall, let's go talk to her. I don't know which COVID shot I got. I don't really care that much. It's not something that matters. I'm never getting a booster for it. But no, after I had the flu mist, the one doctor said I can override that, and it was a captain. And I said, let's go down the hallway and let's talk to the lieutenant colonel. And we did. And the captain was like, this sergeant says he doesn't get the flu mist. And the lieutenant colonel is like, yeah, he doesn't get the flu mist. I wrote the letter. Well, I'm overriding it. And all the lieutenant colonel did was pick up her phone. Yeah, Tech Sergeant J is on his way down. Stick him in the arm with a needle. She said, Sergeant, you're excused. Close the door on your way out. And I could hear her voice the whole way down the hallway. We've got this problem in society, even in the military, where you're supposed to be taught, shut the fuck up. Like, as a captain, I would never, ever look at a lieutenant colonel and say it the way that captain said it. I would say, I understand that. Can you please give it to me in writing for my records? Then I'll do whatever the fuck I'm told. If it's not illegal and it's not immoral, but we have numbnuts in everywhere. We have numbnuts everywhere in society now. And the worst part is you can't even call them numbnuts. Yeah, when an 03 tells an 05, I'm going to overturn your order, you know that fucker's in for a bad day. Like, now, if I was the 03 in that situation, I would look at the sergeant and say, can you please step out and shut the door? And then once I'm not straight dick dog in the 05 in front of an enlisted, be like, this is the reason why I think this is a bad course of action. But if it, like, people fight about the dumbest shit in every, it's like, what do you want to, this guy gets the flu shot. Great, stick him in the arm. Next. What the fuck was what was the point? Like, well, I don't believe that you've had an adverse reaction. Look at my fucking medical record, man. I fucking nearly died in the spring. Fucking just look at the record. It'll be the really big part under ICU admittance. It'll all be scanned pages. But that's why today's show is Society is Doomed. I did a video yesterday talking about teacher basic skills tests. And I talk about this a lot. Teacher basic skills tests. How the fuck can you, in my state, and I've never taken this back down the filing cabinet. It needs to get down there, though. How can you say that you're not going to administer a basic skills test because it was a financial barrier? Because the basic skills test cost over $60. Educators noted the test disproportionately affected candidates of color or deterred even highly qualified candidates. Okay. In what world is a highly qualified candidate afraid, a highly qualified candidate that is in the 4th year of their undergraduate or may even already have an undergraduate degree and is working on a teaching certificate? Why would that individual be afraid of a basic skills test? Lawmakers believe removing the test would facilitate a more equitable path into the profession without lowering standards. I hate to tell fucking lawmakers this, but if there was a test and you remove the test, that lowered the standard. In fact, it got rid of the fucking standard. We're living in a world where the basic skills test was seen as redundant and inequitable that didn't meaningfully reflect teaching potential. But you just said it affects people of color. So are the schools racist? Is the school preparing white candidates differently than black candidates or other minority candidates? Because, ironically, in my history department, I had one female professor. In my poli-sci pre-law side, I had 0 professors unless you took the one history professor, cross-referenced, then you would see her for if you were taking French Revolution, but you were taking it for the poli-sci or the law side. Very amazing class. Very gifted professor. She taught the history of the French Revolution from both a historical context, a poli-sci context, a criminology context, and she taught it in French. Amazing class. In my education department, I had 0 male teachers. I was the only male instructor when I was a TA, when I was a teaching degree seeker. I was the only male instructor. Why is it the School of Education has no male instructors, but the School of Poli-Sci has no female instructors? Is it a big fucking conspiracy? No, it's not. If you look at everybody's history, the professors in the School of Education were former middle school and elementary teachers that continued on with their education, got doctorates, and went to the college level. If you look at the poli-sci department, it's individuals that were in law or had failed unsuccessful political campaigns that then were teaching. And by the way, if you're not aware of this, teaching at the university is often a thing that people do for 4 to 8 years before running a political campaign, because they're indoctrinating a lot of people and they're becoming a talking point for those people. Usually publish 2 books, teach at a number of different universities, don't get full professorship anywhere, so you're an adjunct professor at 3 or 4 schools, and because that way it frees you up to be on the lecture circuit. There's a method to the madness. But we're afraid. Serious degree-seeking students are afraid of a basic skills test. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. If you're afraid of a basic skills test, it means you know you don't have basic skills. Next up, hundreds of undocumented immigrants apprehended in massive ICE raid at the Hyundai plant in Georgia. Good. Fucking fine the shit out of the Hyundai plant. Fine the shit out of the Hyundai plant. How do you have 450? How do you have 450 individuals apprehended? 450. How the fuck do you have that many undocumented people? I will, if it fits, I'll show it. How do you have 450 people? Hyundai should get fined about $10 million. And that $10 million fine should go right into the unemployment benefits pool for Georgia. They should get fined. And then, if Hyundai wants to stay in business, hire Americans. And if you can't find enough Americans to work there that meet your expectation, because I am willing to say, maybe you can't get enough Americans. Well, then we know that the Georgia school systems have completely failed. Those who are together we are sending a clear and unequivocal message. Those who exploit our workforce, undermine our economy, and violate federal laws will be held accountable. Okay. I'm sure out there somewhere, a member of the liberal left is going to make a statement that these are just hardworking people trying to make a life for themselves. Okay. That's 450 jobs. That's about $14 million on the local economy, if they're all being paid $15 an hour. I don't know, all 450 would have been undocumented. They were likely majority undocumented, but I would wager that a few were obstruction, a few other that were charged with related intentional violation. Yeah, I'm sure there's some people that are... let me see if I can find that. That's a good question. That's a really great question. 1,200 people. So between 1,200 and 1,400 people. How many of them are really undocumented? Here's my rebuttal to how many of them are really undocumented. It's really easy to not get stopped when you're documented. Because if I get stopped, then all I have to do, and I don't give a shit. If I get stopped, hey, are you documented? Yeah, when I open my wallet, I show just opening my wallet. I can't show the camera because it's my real IDs. But just opening my wallet, I show 3 IDs. Like, they're not stopping me. I have 3 real IDs when I open up my wallet. One's there, one's on that side, one's on the ID holder up top. What you want? Boom, here you go. People are like, well, if you have to show your ID, your civil liberties are being infringed upon. Okay, I don't disagree with that. At the same time, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. You want to see my ID before I enter a courthouse? Cool. I think it's hypocritical to say I don't want my civil liberties infringed upon. Then why the fuck do you get on an airplane? If your argument is I don't want to ever have to show an ID because I'm giving up my personal security, then you don't fly, right? You don't get on a cruise ship, right? You don't travel out of the country, right? If I went and tried to buy alcohol or cigarettes today, I would still get carded. Even though I have gray hair on both sides today, even though some of the places have known me, some of the workers at some of the places in this town have known me for more than 21 years, I would still get carded. I shouldn't have to show an ID to make sure I'm a citizen. But you're cool with showing it to buy alcohol? If you don't want to show an ID, you should be telling everybody to go fuck themselves. Looks like we lost India and Russia to the deepest, darkest China. May they have a long and prosperous future together. No shit, dumbass. Really? No shit. This is... First of all, I got banned on Truth Social. I had to get unbanned. Apparently, I got reported a bunch, and they had to go in and see that I'm just speaking the truth, which I thought was fucking deliciously ironic that the fucking name of your platform is Truth Social, but you're afraid of people speaking the truth. Yeah, it's cool when they want something, but it's bad when they don't. Right, exactly. Oddly enough, when you keep whacking your allies with a stick, they go look for new friends. Right, and like... I had a pool growing up. For those of you that aren't familiar with the story, I broke both my legs when I was a kid. One of the expenses my family had to endure was a long pool. Every single day from the time I was like 2.5 until 16, I had to, every day that it was warm enough, even if the water wasn't exactly great, I had to jump in the pool and I had to swim and I had to walk to keep my legs strong while I was growing. I had a bunch of friends in the neighborhood. And then one day, I was sitting on the side of a I think it was the fucking bathroom building, actually. I was sitting on the side of it, and then the guys I thought were my friends came up. They didn't see me. They were talking shit about me. And I was like, I came around, I said, fine, fuck it, I'll go. I don't care, because I don't need friends. I have books. So I left. And on that summer, we had one of the hottest fucking summers that we'd ever had. And they kept coming around trying to talk to me. And I'm like, no, I'm not interested in talking to you. I heard what you said. It's good. Thanks for the apology. You don't owe me nothing, but have a good day. And then they went around to another kid's house where they could look into the backyard. And there I am with like five girls and me in my pool. They're all in, and they had just gotten old enough to be in two pieces. So there I am looking at five, it's appropriate because I was their age. And the guys are like, sad face. Well, look, man, you're a disrespectful piece of shit. You beat me with a stick. If that's how you feel about me, fuck you. If all you've been doing is hanging out with me in the summers because I have a pool, then go swim in the fucking piss pool water at the public pool. I'll be here with my female friends. Saying that Russia's lost is amusing, like the US had good relationships with Russia. Right, and that's like people that are fucking having a go at me about Jill Stein of the Green Party being in Russia's pocket. Like, the fuck, man? Like, Trump isn't in Russia's pocket. Like, Donald Trump has relationship with Russia. The Biden family has relationships with Ukraine. The Bush family has relationships with Saudi Arabia. I don't think the Clintons had relationships with anybody because they weren't a political dynasty beforehand. Nobody says anything about the fucking Kennedys. They have fucking relationships with everybody. I don't think Obama had any relationships with foreign countries. I mean, we're not going to go the Kenya route because that's just fucking bullshit, smoke and mirrors. Well, yeah, he had relationships with the Lewinskys. But you mean political families that are rich families? Like, everybody's making this big deal about J.B. Pritzker. J.B. Pritzker is a good Democrat. Motherfucker, he's worth $3.3 billion. He's the heir to the Hyatt fucking fortune. Every time you stay at a Hyatt hotel, you're making J.B. Pritzker, the governor of Illinois, his family rich. He's not a fan of the working man. He just wanted to be president. He ran for governor of Illinois, and he was going to eventually run for president. He doesn't fucking like you. He doesn't fucking care. He's the fucking governor that got rid of the basic skills test in Illinois. He doesn't give a shit about fucking making teachers better or making your school district better, making your school system better. You don't fucking care about any of that. I think people that keep talking about the taxation without representation, what they're not understanding is it's a two-part question. Do you have representation? Yes or no? Okay, the system's working. Is your representative representing on your behalf? Not necessarily. But you also have to understand, we have turned our entire political system into a competitive system. Look, I don't give a shit that I'm currently an independent in my local district. My representative is a Democrat. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I am adult enough. I am smart enough. I am wise enough to understand that as a Democrat, his views, right? His views are going to be those things in the Democratic column. I understand that. Just because he's advancing an agenda doesn't mean he's not representing the views of his constituency. It would be nice if we could roll backwards 50 years and not every single thing was beat the shit out of the opponent spectrum. It would be nice if people could get back to the idea that if I'm a Republican and the Democrat guy wins the election, I shouldn't have a perception that they're working against me. I should have the perception that they're working for goals that make sense, that might not be the way I want them to do it, but I'm not getting fucked in the process. But how do people believe a system that is going to work when you've literally turned the system into us versus them? That's literally what we've done. The system is now us versus them. Look, I'm not against you because you're a Democrat. I'm not against you because you're a Republican. I'm against you today on this topic because I disagree with you, but here's why I disagree with you. But even when, and this is why today's show title is Society Doomed? I don't think that we should be putting our efforts into an assault weapons ban, because an assault weapons ban wouldn't have stopped the most recent school shooting. Well, I think we did blah, blah, blah. Okay. Then tell me exactly how you would write the verbiage for an assault weapons ban that would have stopped the school shooting. Well, I would make all assault rifles class 2 weapons. Okay. What's an assault rifle? And when they get done saying it, you look at them and you say, okay, you still haven't solved the problem. You don't want high capacity magazines. Okay. You don't want high capacity magazines. And I get that. How many rounds do you want? Well, I don't know. Well, then shut the fuck up. Because if you don't have an answer, if you don't have an answer to that, then you shouldn't be talking about solving the problem. Because you don't, all you're saying is, I don't want people to die. Cool. Then pick a candidate who actually has a plan where people aren't going to die. Well, I think 10-round magazine. Okay. Well, then that Minnesota shooting would have taken exactly 20 seconds longer if that guy was the most inept fucking shooter in the world. They need to get rid of them, period. Get rid of what? All guns? What do you mean? They need to get rid of all of them. You want them to get rid of all guns. Then why don't you ask the European countries right now that are losing their freedom of speech what a tyrannical government looks like? Because people in the UK are losing their freedom of speech. So, UK free speech crackdown sees up to 30 people a day arrested for petty offenses such as retweets and cartoons. High-powered runs. Okay, you have no idea what you're talking about then. Let me tell you. My wife is more dangerous than me. My wife is an expert marksman from the United States Air Force. My wife, if we're in a situation where we have one pistol and we have one high-powered rifle, my wife is getting the high-powered rifle, and I'm more dangerous. You want to get within 20 feet of me and I have a pistol? You're dead. You have a better chance of her missing at 150 yards than I do of missing inside 20 feet. What you're saying is you want to get rid of high-powered weapons. Why? I can put a 22 through the middle of your forehead. People make fun of me because I have weird hands. I didn't like the Beretta in the military. I really didn't like it. I asked multiple times because of my hands if I could switch to a different sidearm. I can't because we have to have a standardized weapon. Yeah, exactly. You want to take away a Winchester, but by your definition, you're gonna let people have an M9. See, if you don't know what the answer is, don't say how high-powered rifles. Don't say high-powered weapons, because you're just as dead at 20 feet with a 22 Street Line revolver. Oh, well, if they had a revolver, they wouldn't be able to reload as quickly. Really? 2 seconds. I can have a belt of reloads. 2 seconds. 1, 2, snap, go. People don't know the argument. You want to take away what? What do you want to take away? I want to take away I want to take away magazine loaded rifles. Okay, then what are you gonna do when somebody's in a bell tower and they just have a bunch of rounds lined up and it's a bolt action rifle? What are you gonna do then? See, that's why we need to have a law that makes sense. And this is when people don't know, right? When people don't know what they're talking about. These two rifles are identical firepower. Same ammunition, same velocity, same rate of fire, same capacity. But they look different. And if you know anything about them, the one on the bottom, by the time a person is proficient with the one on the bottom, their lethality will be higher. Their precision will be higher. Because it takes a lot of time to become proficient with the bottom one. You know the son of a bitch at your shooting range is a crazy motherfucker when the person shooting the one on the bottom is making a smiley face on the paper target. If the guy who's proficient with the one on the bottom has a bad fucking day, that's 47 bodies going to the morgue, not 45 going to the hospital and 2 going to the morgue. So I think when people start talking about a weapons ban, most of them don't know what they're talking about. They got to stop calling them weapons of war. Because the AR-15 is not the weapon of war. The AR-15 is the weapon of peace. Our high-speed operators, they do not use an M4. Our snipers do not use an M4. Our gun trucks have a 50 caliber belt-fed machine gun on the top of them. Our troops, our weapons of war are fucking grenade launchers, rocket launchers, fucking drones. We need to stop with the bullshit rhetoric. What precisely do you want to ban? And unless the answer is all firearms, stop with banning. We had an assault weapons ban in this country. It didn't stop mass shootings. Minnesota, I think, was number 12 from the top for most strict gun laws. Didn't stop it. If you want to say, and this is where, if you want to say, I want to ban all guns, say you want to ban all guns. Who the fuck is going to police this country? Because remember, in England, their average police officer doesn't carry a gun. So when some real shit happens, they're waiting for armed police, which is why, and I think, correct me, residents of England, I think they're making a move to arm all of their police. That's why you'll hear armed police versus police. Not all of their police carry a gun. I don't want to live in a country where the cops... I have no problem calling 911 and calling people and subcontracting out my violence. Let's just say what it is. Let's just say what it is. I like to call 911 and subcontract out my violence. Because that's all I'm doing when I call a cop. I'm asking the cop to come and do the violence for me. Okay, this is what scares me about people, because they're talking and they're not studying. Is that an assault rifle? No, it is not. Once again, I don't want a pissed off individual becoming proficient with that. That is an AR style rifle with no pistol grip and no bump stock, no telescopic stock. That is still as dangerous penny for penny as an AR-15. Except to learn to shoot that, you're going to spend a lot more time becoming comfortable. By the time you're comfortable with this son of a bitch, once again, you fire 45 shots at 45 people, 43 are going to the morgue. To be fair, their police are busy setting up stings for catcall because while not illegal, it can lead to more serious crimes. Right. Which is why I say, yeah, AR-15 is Armalite. It's not assault rifle. Assault rifle is, which is so dumb, assault rifle is a military term for a weapon that has multiple modes of fire, one of which must be fully automatic. Even the military looked at their guys and said, this fully automatic shit is stupid. We have firepower superiority, rate of fire superiority weapons. We should not be giving a guy a 30-round magazine and have full auto. Yeah, it has to have 3. It has to have safe, single shot or 3-round burst, and it must have fully automatic to be an assault weapon, not an assault rifle. That's to be an assault weapon. It has to have 3. You can, I think if we get into the technicality, I think we can remove safe and we could make single shot, 3-round burst and fully automatic. But I don't know why we would. I don't want people running around with a weapon that doesn't have a safe mode. So it must have a fully automatic function and it must have a non-fully automatic function. That non-fully automatic function can be 1 round, 1 bullet, or it can be 3-round burst. But it must have fully automatic. That is why the M16 is not, the traditional M16 without a fully automatic function is not classified as an assault weapon. The ones that the Air Force had that were single shot and 3-round burst, that's not considered an assault weapon. No fully automatic function. Now, Ma-Deuce, on the other hand, 50 caliber machine gun, that son of a bitch is an assault weapon. Not an assault rifle. It's an assault weapon. The military doesn't have assault rifles. The civilian world doesn't have assault weapons. Yeah, I should know that. Hold on. Let me see if I still, in my career book, if I still have my LRO book. No, yours might. Oh yeah, okay, so that's new. Apparently I'm out of date. Apparently shit has changed. Apparently now we've gone back to the idea that the M4A1 has full automatic fire mode. The older M4, the non-A1 variant, did have a 3-round burst. Yeah, November 2021, which was after so this is after I got out. In November of 2021, they switched back to having a fully automatic M4 A1 carbine which replaced the semi-automatic. That's stupid in my opinion. Yeah, as of November 2021, they changed. Where's the fucking... Come on. Fuck's sake. Government internet. Do angled foregrips count? Or a tri-bipod that is collapsed form can be comfortably gripped? By the law, if it is a pistol grip, it is an assault rifle. The assault weapons ban bill does not talk about a tripod at all for stabilization. Oh, here we go. Yep. So again, this is where I think we need to have some conversations. It's a long-term initiative that standardizes the gear ensemble issued every... Oh, okay. So it's for security forces. That makes sense. That makes sense. And then, of course, you have the M11A1, where people talk about where you need to be worried, right? And we need to get rid of weapons of war. We need to get rid of weapons of war. That right there, motherfuckers, that's a weapon of war. That's a weapon of war right there. That's got all the fuck you features. Right? Well, Wolfagar, if you can grip it like a pistol, it would depend on what kind of stock it's on. Remember, in America, we have a wonderful bullshit law that says it's a assault rifle. See, this weapon right here is an assault rifle. It would be illegal because, number one, right there, number two, and number three. Detachable magazine, if yes, do I do the 2 checks? Flash suppressor, there is number 1. Pistol grip is number 2. Stock of that type, that's number 3. This is a 3 out of 5. That is a 3 out of 5 assault rifle on the market. You will notice that it does not have, on the bottom, it does not have a bayonet mount, and it does not have the attachment for a grenade launcher. So it meets 3 of the 5 criteria to be an assault rifle. That would have been banned by the old assault rifle. And people would be like, well, look at the scope on that thing. The scope doesn't fucking matter. Again, if people want to talk about the assault weapons ban, then know what was in it. Well, how would I do it? It's simple. Because I believe in what the founding fathers intended, we would have a national database of gun owners. Well, how would a national database of gun owners stop? Well, how do fucking locks on your front door stop 80% of crime? They don't ever think about that. As I tell you, the front door on your door doesn't stop criminals. It stops honest people from becoming criminals. If you had a national database of gun owners, it'd be real simple. How's the mission well regulated if it's not accounted for? Ding, 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 ding. And let's not forget that we actually had a law in 1792 that specified, that specified what you had to carry. Don't you guys have something like that? I keep hearing these shows. Are these guns registered to you? No. It depends on the state, and that's where the big problem is. In my state, I don't know where we're at right now because, to me, frankly, I don't have to worry about it until I go to move. And I'm not moving for 6 years, and I'm sure the law is going to change 6 times over by then. In my state, the last I checked, we still needed to have a firearm owner identification card, which I'm pretty sure the Supreme Court has ruled unconstitutional. There's other states that only gun store owners have to do background checks with a 5-day waiting period. there's other states that as long as you do all the hard copy paperwork, you can sell guns at gun shows. And people are going to be like, well, that's not exactly. Yes, it is. So I didn't say in your state. I said in some states. In some states, you can open carry. In some places, you can't even concealed carry. But it doesn't matter who you are. You can never concealed carry on federal property unless you're a LEO, law enforcement officer. And if a place ever puts a no concealed weapons sticker on all their entrances, then you can't. What do you mean, as it should be, because it's unconstitutional? Which part? The firearm owner identification card is in no way unconstitutional. I disagree with the Supreme Court justices on that. The Militia Act of 1792 specifically stated that you had to drill with your town because all able-bodied men were considered part of the militia, and they dictated how much shot you had to carry, how much powder you had to carry, what other accoutrements you had to have. You had to have a rifle. I'm not against the Second Amendment, but I'm against people that want to cherry pick the Second Amendment, because when was the last time you went to drill with your local militia? Well, they didn't have to do that. Yes, the fuck they did. It was a law. It was a law. Yeah, local law enforcement gets told to put their fucking sidearms in a locker when they're in a federal building. Like, yes. It's kind of like, it doesn't matter who the fuck you are, you're not armed around the president. Period. Nobody goes near the president armed. Period. If you're not part of his presidential protective detail, you are not armed. Done deal. Is it still a law that has simply been ignored, or was it removed? It was never removed. It was never removed. But the ones that the Second Amendment is trying to protect you from shouldn't be keeping tabs on who has guns and how many, to be honest. That is not the intention of the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment was never designed, was not ever designed to protect you from the federal government. The Second Amendment was designed to protect the state from the federal government. And that's what people who have never studied the Constitution, American Revolutionary history, where that amendment comes from. They're always saying, well, I have a right to own a gun. No, the fuck you don't have a right to own a gun. You have a right. In fact, not only do you have a right, but constitution or by law, you have an obligation as an able-bodied male to go to your town, and your town has a requirement to drill their local militia. Not your state, not your National Guard, your fucking town is supposed to have a muster roll for the last time you as an able-bodied male went to drill. That's the piece that's been forgotten about. Citizens don't make up the state. I want to remind you, no, they don't. No, the fuck they do not. Not according to the Constitution, they do not. Where's your right to vote protected? It's in the Constitution. I'm gonna go get a large pizza. You find in the Constitution where you have a right to vote. You find me in the Constitution the word citizen in the original Constitution. It's not in there. It ain't there. Because the idea citizen isn't protected. The person. Nowhere in the Constitution does it say the citizens make up the state. Nowhere in there. That's some shit your social studies teacher failed you. They didn't teach you that. That's what people don't get. Federal government has the most highest level of you have to do this. So what is a state without any citizens? It's common sense logic. I think you need to read Thomas Paine, Common Sense. What is a state without any citizens? Do you mean landowners? Because I think you might mean landowners. Charlie Kirk always says the word democracy is in the Constitution. The word democracy is not in the Constitution. And that's the problem. See, when we get into the real shit of it, people have been taught. Is this subtitle a new feature? I can't seem to turn it off. Yeah, probably. Yeah, the problem is you've been told a bunch of stuff by people who weren't educated, who were told a bunch of stuff by people that weren't educated, and now you believe a bunch of stuff that's not even true. The Constitution gives me the right to vote. No, the fuck it doesn't. The Constitution only tells states who they can't deny the right to vote to. I hate to break it to people, but there was a point in time you couldn't vote unless you were a property owner. Yeah, some people weren't even legally people at the time. I'm a citizen by birthright. Not until the 14th Amendment you weren't. Not until the 14th Amendment. And even then, that was misinterpreted for the intention. But guess what? Imperfect men write imperfect laws. What hurts my soul as a social studies person is that people don't know what they don't know. Hey, Cartho, since you're here, as a history student, as a student of history, have you read the text of the Tax Act of 1773? I just want to know if a fellow historian has actually read the text. He's like, fuck you, put me on the fucking spot. But yeah, the problem is people are talking about things and they're like, my Second Amendment rights, yeah, your Second Amendment rights do. Except, what's the Second Amendment actually say? It's the Tax Act that King George attempted to get the colonists to calm down by allowing the East India Trading Company to sell tea directly to the colonies without it having to be routed through England. You might know it as the backdoor tax on tea. Now that I give you it's commonly known. Yeah, tied into that. Tied into one of the many things that they said, fuck these things. Plus, militia is made up of common people that had little to no military training and used whatever weapons they had. That is incorrect as well. That is what hurts me. It's not whatever weapons they had on hand. When you start digging into this wonderful thing, it tells you exactly what militias had to have. When people say they used whatever weapons they had on hand. 1792, passed May 8th, 1792, providing federal standards for the organization of the militia. That every citizen so enrolled and notified shall, within 6 months thereafter, provide himself with a good musket or firelock, a sufficient bayonet, and belt, 2 spare flints, and a knapsack, a pouch, with a box therein, to contain not less than 24 cartridges, suited to the bore of his musket or firelock, each cartridge to contain a proper quantity of powder and ball, or with a good rifle, knapsack, shot pouch, and powder horn, 20 balls, suited to the bore of his rifle, and a 1/4 pound of powder. So what do you mean they used whatever? The fucking law said, this is what you must have. Who must have it? Every able-bodied man. So these ideas that the militias are made up of the common people is right, but they had military training. That is why they had to go and drill. They had to come in. That is what the muster roll is. It's not a mustard, man. That's a federally regulated militia. Correct, which the states had to follow. The states had to follow this. And the states passed it. Because back in the day, the Senate was not elected by popular vote. The Senate was elected by the state legislatures. So anybody that says the states didn't agree to this, yes, they did. Yes, the fuck they did. The states had no problem with this. Because remember, this era is right after the Articles of Confederation had failed. What people don't, because people don't read. The Articles of Confederation was a confederacy. Hey, if I get attacked, are you going to defend me? Oh, yeah, sure, I'm going to defend you. Half the fucking leadership of the colonies, the new states, were trying to make backdoor deals with George. They wanted to go back to fucking England. Half the fucking leadership in America was like, how the fuck do we turn this into, how do we fucking turn this into something George is gonna like? The Articles of Confederation, people forget we weren't the United States of America with our Constitution until 1789. When it all the bits and pieces were finally, I mean, it was ratified earlier than all the bits and pieces. This is 3 years after, because states started to get worried about, oh, well, what are we going to do when those big states decide, oh, well, we're going to have organized militias. Yes, the federal government has a standing army, but we're going to have organized militias to defend against who? England? No, the federal government. See, when you start, because no offense, I don't think you've ever read the Militia Act of 1792. It's not a personal attack on you. 99% of people who've never read this. So when you see a couple of words, you're like, oh, yeah, but what was the point? The states didn't object to it. Militia is being used incorrectly. No, it's not being used incorrectly. It's because you have a state militia. You have a state militia. You have a town militia. That's the way it used to organize. It's the way they've been organizing for hundreds of years. The governor of Pennsylvania says, oh shit, I need standing men. Send everybody out and get the militias up. You're a town with 50 men, 50 able-bodied men on the muster roll. Present 35 of your 50. The other 15 will remain at the town because we think we're about to be invaded. 35 of 50 muster and start marching to Philadelphia. The other 15, be alert. You might have people showing up to fuck your shit up. So when people say that's militia being used incorrectly, no, it's not. Today's standard is people are saying, I'm going to look at the way militia is in 2025 and I'm going to look back at 1792 and that's not right. No, you got to look at it the other way. Take off your 2025 fucking Nikes and go fucking barefoot in 1792 and do what I always say. Take off your fucking Ray-Bans and put on your historical glasses and pop yourself into Pennsylvania and take a look around and say, oh shit, man. If I look at the world with these glasses on, this shit all makes sense. Do you think the founding fathers accidentally included the verbiage? A militia is a civilian military force of non-professional soldiers. You're right. You're right. That's today's standard. That's today's definition. That's not the definition that was used. Because I'll tell you right now how I know you used the wrong era definition. Because the key phrase isn't in yours. Every able-bodied man. You're not gonna win the argument. You can either recognize you're entrenched with a 20th century definition trying to apply it to the 1700s, or you won't. You're using the wrong era's word. The idea of a standing army was new. We didn't keep standing armies. Yeah, a non-professional soldier doesn't mean it's not regulated, not provisioned, not drilled. Are you saying that I'm making up the historical records of muster rolls? Yes, and according to the terminology from the 1700s, every able-bodied man. Now remember, every able-bodied man. Was a black man allowed to touch a weapon? No. Why? Wasn't a man. Well, what about in the North? Well, you see, we're not going to call them free men. We didn't call them free men. What did we call them? Yes, it was a mandatory service requirement. Every able-bodied man. It's like fucking Mulan, man. Every family will submit one male between the ages of 15 and 50. That's what people are missing. That's the part where we need to get back into people's heads. The founding fathers. This is what the founding fathers would have done if they wanted everybody to have a gun. It's real simple. Right? This is what the founding fathers would have written if they didn't intend for guns to be regulated. Because that is a whole lot fucking simpler to get everybody to agree to. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Boom, money. That's a 2-second vote. But they didn't want people to have guns for the sake of having guns. But we also need to remind everybody, guns were a part of everyday life because it's how you hunted. I like guns. I'm a fan of guns. I don't like when people go shooting fucking animals with AR-15s. It's the wrong fucking weapon. It's the wrong fucking weapon. It's the wrong bore of ammunition. It's not a peaceful death for the animal. I still think the government shouldn't be micromanaging people and their property, though. But hold on. They already do. They jack your paycheck before you ever get your money. Because before you can ever get paid, the government has taken out their federal withholdings, FICA, Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. All that, I'm sorry, they've taken out federal holdings, Medicare, Social Security. You don't like it. Where do you live? Do you live in America? Because if you don't like it, this is where I challenge people. If you don't like it, leave. Like, I mentioned to my wife in passing a while ago that about a year and a half ago, I started working on my Irish paperwork, my daughter's Irish paperwork. And now I'm looking into the islands where they pay you to move to Ireland and to go live on some of the places they give you like a shit ton of money. Why? Because America's getting shitty. And it's not America getting shitty. It's like today. When I challenge a creator who's wrong, I didn't slave in the military to get pushed out. So why don't you go join all the expatriates in Costa Rica who love it down there? I mean, I served in the military. I have no problem coming back every 5 months and 28 days to get my pension. Why would I? Because you're unhappy. See, and this is a thing people don't like. By staying, you consent. It's implied consent. I don't like the way the government treats me. Where do you live? In America. Then you like the way the government treats you. No, I don't. Then why won't you leave? Why should I? Well, which one is it? Do you like the way they treat you or not? I don't mind if people want... I want to follow people's logic. I'm looking at leaving. I understand why people are mad. I'm looking at leaving. I served. I got broken. My country went fucking sideways. And I'm like, you know what? Ireland, baby. Ireland's looking pretty good. Yeah, people argue like they're serfs tied to the land. If you don't like it, fucking leave. I'm looking at leaving. I'm fortunate. I'm a fortunate person. I have dual citizenship. No, people don't want to work towards solution to fix problems and quit running to places that have it worse. What are you talking about? You think Costa Rica has it worse than America? Just stop and say you've never looked at the 5 expatriate communities down in Costa Rica. Just say you haven't. Because I know you haven't. Because they're all down there. They're all Americans. They all love it. You live on basically, if you're an E6 or above and you're drawing a pension, you can live on that. They were people that didn't want to fight anymore. I want to work towards solutions. But the problem, like I showed earlier, is when I challenge people, they haven't read the law. When I challenge people, they try to say shit like, first they say, well, I have a bachelor's degree in poli-sci. Congratulations, that doesn't make you an expert on the American Revolution. And then they say, well, you're just a white guy. Well, I'm not a white guy. I'm an Irish guy. I'm the youngest son of an Irish immigrant. That makes me about as not white as you can when you glow in the dark. Some people don't like the current administration and they run off to other countries. Some places are nicer. Yeah, right. Okay, now the current administration. Trump is shit. Biden was shit. Trump was shit. Obama was mostly shit. Bush, he fucking, I don't think he had a good plan. I don't think Bush would have been reelected if it hadn't been for 9/11 and the global war on terrorism. President Obama's response to the problem, yeah, but Bush was just in there. And if you served, I'm guessing you served right around that era, most of the people were like, holy fuck, we're taking orders from W for 4 years. Some people were actually relieved about 9/11. Holy fuck, at least we know what we're doing now for 4 years. Like, people are upset about how the government is being run and voicing discontent. Voicing discontent is the first step to some kind of change. No, it's not. Unfortunately, I wish it was. It's like this. Let me grab it. Let me grab it real quick because it's kind of important to put into context. I put this video out. I talked about this on the show because you'll recognize it right away from the show. And I had people actually argue with me
if you
that
use
this
Apple
isn't.
Pay, honestly, just be so.
Hold on 1 second. Unfortunately, the wonderful world of sports today did an update on my computer, and I don't like when it updates my computer.
From
Okay.
As opposed to what? The tooth fairy?
it's not like a special form.
So, I put this video out a couple of weeks ago before I did the name change. 1 in 6 American children live in poverty. Fact. If the next words out of your mouth aren't, how do we fix it? You're part of the problem. 1 in 6 American kids live in poverty. If the next words out of your mouth aren't, how do we fix it? You're part of the problem. I literally had people tell me, I think other things are more important. What the fuck is more important than fixing childhood poverty? The only reason why anything is more important than fixing childhood poverty is because you don't get anything fixed if we fix childhood poverty, and that's why our government and that's why our society is fucking doomed. Look, the children of the future, kids can't read, kids can't write, so we lower the standard. I'm actually worried about this generation because who the fuck, like, my generation is probably going to be taken care of okay when we're in nursing homes, but who the fuck is going to take care of the millennials when they're in nursing homes? That's facts, right? That's facts. I literally have people argue with me that education and childhood poverty aren't, childhood hunger more specifically, aren't the two things that we should be focusing on. That's why I didn't have kids, so I'd have money to spend on nurses. Right. You didn't have kids, so you have money to spend on nurses. But here's the punchline for you. Who's gonna be the nurses? We lowered the standards. And we lowered the standards a little bit. And we lowered the standards a little bit. And we lowered the standards. And we lowered the standards. We lowered the standards. We lowered the standards. Shit, man. I went into the fucking military during the era of get fucked. Like, I have a scar on my face from my TI throwing a security drawer. And it hit me in the head. And of course, I'm bleeding like a sieve all over. And he didn't intend to hit me with it. He wasn't throwing it at me. He was throwing a drawer, and the security drawer insert flew out of the top of the drawer, clipped me right in the head. So I had to go downstairs because I had to go to the IDMT, and I'm bleeding all over. And there's my TI, fucking shitting bricks, because I'm bleeding all the fuck over. And I get asked what happened, and I said, "Oh, my head made inadvertent contact with the security drawer." That's it. That's it. My head made inadvertent contact with the security drawer. That was the report. Signed it. That was the end of it. As my TI is walking, they gave me a new shirt because I was covered in blood. As we were walking back, my TI said, "Hey, let's stop by the patio." So, went to the patio, and he looks at me and he's like, "What flavor?" And I was like, "Dr. Pepper, sir." Got me a Dr. Pepper. We sat down. All he asked me was, why didn't you say anything that I threw the security drawer? Why would I? You didn't throw it at me. I said, you've been, and I couldn't like get the words out. He's like, "Just say it. You've been a fucking bastard to me, but that's your job. Your job is to be a bastard. Your job is to break us down and build us up. If you had thrown the security drawer directly at me, I would have said, you threw a security drawer directly at me. You threw a security drawer for effect. The insert flew out and hit me in the head. I'm not hurt. I'm not broken. I'm a big boy." Now remember, I was 23. "I'm not hurt. I'm not broken. I'm a big boy." And he's like, "Cool." And he sat there with me. And then he walked over to the ice cream machine. He got me an ice cream sandwich and another Dr. Pepper. He sat him down and he said, "Just go straight to your evening peanut butter sandwich detail after this, and then come upstairs." Cool. I'll take 30 minutes off, drink 2 sodas and a fucking Dr. P, then go get, because I was a skinny fuck anyway, I had to go get peanut butter sandwiches before bed. What am I gonna do? Fuck the guy's whole career? It was an accident. If that happened in today's goddamn Air Force, he'd be fucking court-martialed publicly in the fucking square. Because you can't even yell at people in the military anymore. Society is fucked. Well, you shouldn't yell at people. Bullshit. Bullshit fucking shit, man. There is fucking documented proof that military training, there is a reason why when you have 60 people, and I know in the Army it's more, in the Navy it's 80, in the Air Force it's 60. We have 4 bays of 15 people. When you're trying to train 60 people, you can't have the same mistake 60 times. So the first guy that fucks up, you scream at. $100 in the Navy, usually down to 90. Yeah, 100 to start. Okay. Well, we start with 60. We're usually down to about 55 or 54 based on who drops. The issue is every part of our society is fucking soft. I don't know who to blame for participation trophies. I know the millennials don't like to get blamed for it. The millennials like to blame the boomers. The boomers like to blame Generation X. Fuck all that. Generation X was not even like really parents yet when these fucking participation trophies came out. Generation X doesn't believe in a fucking participation trophy. I don't know who the fuck polluted that bullshit. Generation X comes from the high school coaches that say, "You got second place, congratulations, that was the first loser." When Let is flying there asking you nicely, that's not the time I want to find out the guy next to me is soft. Right, Karens and involuntary celibates. Like, there is a guy who makes content who all he does is have ridiculous ideas. I think the minimum wage should be 85% of the median cost to live in an area. If you give everybody fucking minimum wage, that's 85% of the median cost to live in an area, all you've done is created a system that will cause rapid inflation, as you have to have a fixed dollar amount. Instead of saying the way we fix it is to give everybody more money, believe me, as an economist, what could you do? Just look at how much you paid in taxes last year and take 13% of that off. Would your life be better if you paid 13% less in taxes this year? If the answer is yes, then stop voting for the Republicans or the Democrats and vote for me, because I want to balance the budget. Well, then what are you going to do for social programs? I'm not cutting a single social program. The 13% I'm talking about comes from paying interest on the national debt. How about make it so we don't have to spend so much? Exactly. But the problem becomes people are spending money that they don't fucking have on shit that they don't fucking need. I don't have Jordans. I haven't fucking owned a pair of Nikes since I was 17. I buy Skechers. I think they're more comfortable. I have a pair of walking shoes that's a weird brand because of my foot problem. I've already put 250 miles on the pair of shoes, and my wife's Skechers that she, I don't know, if I take a break, I'll grab them. My shoes are going to go for another 500 miles. As opposed to Nikes that are, like, my daughter bought Nikes to go to Disney World with. 75 miles in 6 days at Disney, and her Nikes are trashed. That's what happens when a Chinese kid is making shoes for $1 a day with his teeth. Would increase or create a luxury tax then? Why do people think that the rich, and I'm not picking on you, I hear this luxury tax all the time. There's an interview where Mark Zuckerberg and Bill Gates are sitting on a couch, and they're doing an interview. And throughout the interview, a third-party creator took what they're wearing and found all of their clothes. These two guys that are worth fucking billions are each wearing maybe $200 worth of clothes. Why are the rich people rich? Because when they need to look rich, they have a tux. They have an expensive suit. The rich people are fucking rich because they wear fucking Walmart Wrangler jeans. Why? Because Wrangler jeans... Shit, I have a pair of Wrangler jeans that's 9 years old. Fucking pair of jeans probably lasts me another 9 years. We need to put a luxury tax. I get it. It's upsetting to see Bill Gates. I'm sorry. It's upsetting to see Jeff Bezos buy a $50 million yacht. It's upsetting to see. You're hungry. But the thing is he's spending wealth that was never, ever, 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 ever going to trickle down to you. And people don't, you're just simping for billionaires. No, I happen to like capitalism. Because you can live as a socialist in a capitalistic society. You can live as a communist in a capitalistic society. No, you can't. Go look at the fucking Amish. Who is fucked with the Amish? Well, the Democratic Party did, and the Amish fucking swung Pennsylvania. The Amish live in communes. They don't give a shit. They don't care about capitalism, and they live fulfilling lives. They talk about, what's that thing? I wasn't going to go here today, so give me 1 minute. I got to get my notes out. No, let's not go Amish. I don't want to go Amish. You go Amish. I don't want to live that way. But you can. There is a term, yeah, Rumspringa, where during their teenage years at around 16, Amish teens are given more freedom to experience the outside world, and then only when they come back do they decide if they're going to be baptized into the Amish church or if they're going to leave the community. You know what's interesting? What's really fucking interesting that nobody ever talks about? Where the fuck do the Amish families, where does the Amish community get the money that they give these youths to go experience a year away from the commune? People are like, what? They have fucking money. They have money. They just don't allow it to pollute their lives. They have money. Shit. We have Amish around here that are amazing woodworkers. Do people get upset with the guy driving a Lambo while their car is a shitbox? No, they get jealous. I think the ultra wealthy should certainly be taxed more, but getting upset at someone using their wealth to buy nice things is pointless. But the fucking wealthy already are taxed. What people don't get is that if we got the fuck off the nutsack of tax the wealthy, tax the wealthy, tax the wealthy would be willing to come to the table and say, what would you like us to pay for? But everybody, like the fucking one creator that I made a video response to, she wanted to take away all the wealth of all the billionaires. Okay. You think you'd ever have fucking... Do you think people would have jobs at Amazon making $30, $40, $50 an hour? Yeah, the wealthy still sign the fucking paychecks. Now, do I want to have $1 billion? Yes. Yes, I fucking do. I would love $1 billion. If I had $1 billion, I would go through all my chat logs and I would send you, I'd be like, how many kids do you have? If you ever get a random Discord message from me or a random Twitch message from me that's, how many kids do you have? That's, I've won the billions and I'm setting up the check to send to you to meet me at Disney because we're going to fucking party. If they get taxed more, they'll find a way to push it onto their employees. No, they won't, because they don't give a shit. They don't push it onto their employees. What they do is they say, oh, you're only going to tax me on my income? Okay, then I'm not going to take income. Then I'm going to take stock options. Why the fuck do you think we have such a stock option problem in this country? But the optics around that is people are like, where's the big article today? Where is the... Elon Musk is in line for a $1 trillion pay package if Tesla hits aggressive goals over the next 10 years. No, the fuck he's not. And you're making the American people dumber by saying that shit. Because he's not going to take $1 trillion in cash and have to give 370 billion of it to the government. What he's going to have is he's going to have stock options, and it's going to drive the Tesla stock price up. And his ability to leverage his stock to get loans does not hurt you. It, in fact, helps you. But because people lack a fundamental understanding of wealth, and all they've been taught is hate the rich. When Elon Musk buys Twitter, and he takes and repays loans to the tune of $11 billion, that bank now has in excess of $9 billion to lend out, which becomes $90 billion through fractional lending. Stock prices are totally made up. Just like people are like, oh, you need to get on Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a fiat currency. Bitcoin's trading at over $100,000. As long as there's people buying it. If everybody tomorrow got spooked about Bitcoin and everybody tried to sell, that shit would drop to $1,000 a coin. Now, some people will be like, I'd love for it to drop to $1,000 a coin because I would buy it. Yeah? You better hope that it recovers. I love the rich. All my enjoyment and entertainment comes from some rich people. Yes. Yeah, what if Satoshi Nakamoto comes back and he sells all of his Bitcoin? Currency is only valuable if people assign value to it. The thing is that we live in a world where we have to. I don't know how to I don't know how to reach people because I've studied for the entirety of my life, the entirety of my adult life, so I get it. I don't know why people don't want to get it. I started off poor. I became rich. Tragedy struck because I had rest of my life money, but I didn't have fuck you money. I didn't have fuck you money. Tragedy struck. I lost that. I was poor again. And then I became rich again. And I've decided if I ever have to make the decision between rich and poor again, I'm staying rich. Thank you very much. I don't figure out how my family's going to eat today. I don't figure out how my family's going to live next week today. I'm on a plan where I'm worrying about my family 6 years from now. They always say, oh, we'll build a nest egg of 1 month and then 3 months and then 6 months. Yeah, do that. I don't have to worry about money for 6 years. I have enough put away that my life could go to total shit. And I could pay all of my bills, my monthly bills, for 6 years. Now, that would cancel my Disney trips. That would cancel my Universal trips, right? But it doesn't, like, and I could stretch that 6 to probably 7 because I would just not eat out at all. That's the dream, stability. But nobody ever teaches that. You go to school and you got that, let me see if I can find the stupid poster that I hated. I hated this fucking picture. I don't want here. I hated this bullshit picture. This bullshit picture was the biggest fucking 6 American children live in poverty. Was the biggest sack of fucking shit ever. Showing kids this picture, the justification for higher education, go fuck yourself. Nobody gets that. Nobody gets that due to higher education. I hate this picture. I hate this motivational. I hate it because it's fucking dumb. Because you're literally selling people. Yeah, you remember that poster? Because it was fucking everywhere. It was everywhere in schools. It was bullshit. It was bullshit. Yes, because it looks like a waste of fucking money, and that's what made one of my teachers laugh. Because I had really cool teachers, and I saw it and I said, that's bullshit. You're not supposed to cuss in my school. And he's like, why is it bullshit? And I said, because why would I want 6 luxury cars that have lost 50% of the value the moment I drive them off the lot? And the guy just laughed. And he's like, go on. And I said, that's not what my higher education buys. That's what my money that I get from higher education after I invest in money makes money buys. They don't even teach kids that will even lead them to close that. You're right, they don't. And when I say that we need education reform, I get called a racist, I get called a sexist, because I say, I'm sorry, but if you can't pass the basic skills test, then you should be going back to your college asking for your money back. 41% or 40% of the school district quit because of the new administration. 4 out of every 10 teachers left our school district. We have teachers that don't get jobs when they have graduate degrees in education because they cost too much. Administrators don't want to hire the teacher that has a master's degree because that teacher might become well liked and then become an administrator. They need to be teaching kids how to not end up in debt and how to invest their money. Yeah. Absolutely. They need to be teaching kids the 50-30-20 rule. Actually, they need to be teaching kids the 40-30-30 rule. They need to teach kids what a median is. Yeah, if they can't pass a basic skills test but graduated a bachelor's, then we did something wrong. Yep. People don't... There is a lender who makes TikToks that I never want to infringe upon somebody's right to have an opinion. But when he's telling people not to make extra payments on their mortgages because it doesn't lower their monthly payment, that's not why you pay more money on your mortgage. You pay more money on your mortgage because a mortgage isn't a singular loan for 360 months. A mortgage is 360 loans, each with a variable term. And when I say that to people, they're like, I don't get it. Well, you have one loan that's 360 months long, one loan that's 359 months long, one loan that's 300 and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. The fastest way to pay off your mortgage, and I know people don't like it, but if you have a 9-to-5 Monday through Friday job, if you have a Monday through Friday job and you're young and you don't have kids yet, you're married, each of you get a part-time job on the weekends for 1 year. Just 1 year. And when I say that, they're like, well, I don't want to work 2 jobs for a year. Okay. So how many years of your mortgage do you want to have? Well, I'd only make about... What'd somebody say to me once? I'd only make about $5,000 if I worked for a whole year. Do you have any idea how far $5,000 on top of your mortgage goes when you and your wife each take that $5,000, drop it on top of your mortgage for 1 year, and you obliterate $10,000 of your mortgage? It takes off years off the end of your mortgage because how a mortgage is structured. And they're like, that's not true. Hey, asshole, which one of us still has a mortgage and which one of us hasn't had a mortgage since he was 20? Like, I'm not trying to be a douche canoe, but yeah, you wish you had $350 more a month to put on the mortgage. I tell people, if your mortgage is $1,150, pay $1,200. Well, I don't know if I can stretch that after extra 50. If you can't stretch an extra 50 on your mortgage, you have too much house. Sorry, you have too much house. Well, then I'm not going to be able to buy the things I want. You're going to be able to buy all the fucking things you want when you don't have that mortgage. And people don't get it. It's just like I say to people, they don't understand how I handle my money. I have multiple bank accounts. Right? His, hers, bills, savings, play. Money comes in there. My cut of the bills goes in there. My cut to savings goes there. My cut to play money goes there. That way there's never any confusion about whose is whose. If my play account has $1,000 in it probably right now because it's the top of the month and I haven't looked at it. If at the end of the month, this play account has $750 in it, that goes right there. And then a new $1,000 comes there. If in this particular month, I need to buy something that's $1,000, then zero extra goes into savings. What pisses me off is when I see people spend it because they have it. Your girlfriend makes more rent on her now 2 properties than she makes from her 9 to 5. Yep. But then people will vilify your girlfriend because she's a landlord. But even if she wasn't a landlord, the same people that will vilify her wouldn't be able to get a mortgage on the property. I'm not saying that there aren't problems in the economy, but you'll notice most people only have the first 10 words. They know what Charlie Kirk has told them. They know what Ben Shapiro has told them. They know what some of these dumbass financial people have told them. All these new contractors that are making TikToks that are saying, you expect me to do all the work in advance and not get any money. I'm not going to take your job. Look, buddy, I don't know how to break this to you, but if you were making enough money as a contractor, you wouldn't be trying to augment your income making fucking TikToks. It's real simple. The way I do business with contractors is this. How much is the whole project going to cost? No shit, total done. $150,000. Okay. Let's go down to the bank. I'll open an escrow account with $150,000 on it. I delivered all the components. Great. Where's the billing invoice? Oh, well, the components are fuck you and what the components are. Where's the billing invoice? Because you're not marking up. We already said that the total deal is $150. What you're not doing is charging me more for the components than they cost you. Because now I have all that shit stored in my garage. $17,000. Excellent. Let's go to the bank. I'll have the bank issue you a check for $17,000. Because now all the components are paid for. I have never in my life funded a project and had a problem with a contractor the way I pay them. Hey, look, man, it's like this. $150,000 total, $17,000 in components. He's like, well, the ones that are like, fuck, man, spit it the fuck out. I agreed to $150. To me, the project done is worth $150. I don't need to fucking quibble with you. $17,000 for parts. Great. I saw your bid sheet. Let's get you paid for the shit that you delivered. At the end of the first 2-week period or week period. If you tell me you pay your guys on Friday, come here at noon. I'll look at what's been done and I'll say to you, your guys were here 1 day this week. You give me a billed invoice for 1 day's labor. We'll go to the bank right now. But what I'm not doing is I'm not giving you 20% at this point when 20% of the fucking work isn't done. You're not using my fucking money to pay your laborers who worked Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at another job site. Fuck all of you. If your guys are here all week, my guys were here. I had 8 guys here all week. Yes, you did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I saw them here all week. Yes, you did. 8 by 5, 40 by 40. Let's do it. Let's do it. Here's the money for them. Never had a problem in my whole life building houses, building projects, getting people paid. It's all the fucking contractors that are dog water contractors. Well, I don't know why anybody wants to do business with me. Because you're fucking doing shit out of a beat of shit fucking panel van. You don't even have your fucking logo painted on the fucking vans. Shit, man. Get a fucking stencil kit and stencil your letters on your fucking van. Yes, it's a small cost. I'm not... dude, you have the entire thing called you can put a lien on my property. I had a contractor once say, well, I do everything with the deposit. Great. You're done. Go away. The first words out of his mouth. Because I don't meet him in my house, because then getting him out of my house is a pain in the ass. I usually meet him at like the fucking Denny's or something. He walks in and it's like, I just want to let you know right off the bat, I do everything with a 20% deposit. Okay, cool, you're done. Goodbye. And he was shocked. Well, what do you mean? You have put your first term onto the table. I have rejected your first term. Fuck off now. And he got mad. Yeah, if a contractor wants money up front, that means he's using your money to complete other jobs. Which means if he can't book the job after yours, he can't do yours. I had a guy worked for my dad for years, then start working for me right out the box. He was like, do you pay the same way your dad does? Yeah, absolutely. He's like, great, gonna love working for you. Awesome. Great to take over for my dad. Let's do it. I'll tell you, I don't know anybody from the old neighborhood that's making TikToks because I know that they're fucking working all day, every day. They're making fucking money hand over fist. They're buttoning up 4 job sites so that they can work on the inside as the winter months hit. Again, if you don't know, we should be teaching kids how to not get scammed. A kid should graduate high school, how to read, how to write, how to speak. They should have sexual activity education. What's a condom do? How to put a condom on. Like the fucking high school boys that I had, the one boy who was sitting there and he was like, well, I started having sex wearing a condom, but I didn't like how it feels, so I pulled it off. That's like taking all the time to put the fucking raincoat on, going outside, having a good time and not being soaking wet, and then taking the fucking raincoat off. I'm like, well, let me guess, you're gonna be a dad? Yeah, I'm gonna be a dad. You're a fucking genius. Force them kids to play MMOs and get scammed at 12. Yeah. Kids should come out of high school, know how to eat, know how to cook, know how to bake, know how to sew, know what the difference between a fuse box and a circuit breaker is. They should know how to get arrested. They should know what to do when they get, like, let me stop right there. I said that once to a parent class, and I said, you should be teaching your kids how to get arrested. Well, what do you mean? Your kids should know what to do when they're going to be arrested. That is, shut the fuck up. Don't talk. Don't raise your voice. Don't argue. Don't resist. Like, have I had my face slammed off the hood of a Chicago Police Department vehicle? Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Why? Because before the military, I was a bit of a loudmouth. The military didn't take the loudmouth out of me. The military taught me fucking bearing and discipline. Yes, there should be a practical life skills class that covers all that stuff. Don't talk, don't resist, follow commands, even if not lawful, because you might get shot. Right. The time to argue with the police officer is in court in front of a judge. Yeah, your son installed a ceiling light fan kit for his aunt because you taught him how to treat electricity and how to solve mechanical puzzles. Some of my friends used to laugh that my dad was borderline abusing me because I'd have to do that shit. I remember going to my uncle's house. My uncle needed a bedroom and a bathroom put in his basement. And so my dad and I went over there, and I looked at my dad and I said, rock, paper, scissors for you, the bathroom. And he's like, you want to do the bathroom? And I was like, I am way more likely to enjoy building a bathroom than I am doing all this other bullshit work that I don't want to do. And my dad's like, well, if you build the bathroom, you have to break out the concrete so we can tie into the sewer. And he's like, the only thing I don't know if you can do by yourself is the sewer work. I said, yeah, I'm gonna need your help with that, but fucking break through the concrete, I'll do that. No problem. I don't want to sit there and fucking do lumber work the way my father wants it done. So I went to fucking town, breaking through the foundation. We knew where the sewer line was, breaking through that, doing all the water fucking shit, no problem. Bringing the water around, no problem. When we got to the point where we had to break into the sewer, my dad was like, okay, we'll pick this up. We got to have the water shut off tomorrow. We'll do it then. Driving home, my dad was like, I'm really impressed. You've paid attention. Thanks. I figured you were teaching me the shit for a reason. Then of course the next day, I didn't know how to do that piece. I'd never done it. I mean, I'd seen him do it, but I'd never seen him do it on a remodel. I'd seen him do it on new construction. So I'm there and I had my notepad because we didn't have iPhones at the time. I had my little fucking 35 millimeter camera and I'm watching, hold up. And he's like, he kind of looking at me. I'm like, hold up. I gotta take a picture. I'm a visual learner. And he's like, oh, okay. Like the first time I did a saddle for a drain cleanup on myself, my dad was impressed. When I bought my first house, well, I bought my second house, realized I had roots in my line. And my dad was like, well, you gonna call a plumber? I said, fuck that. I said, if nothing else, I'm gonna dig down. I'm gonna break into the line. I'm gonna put a saddle on it with a clean out. And I'm gonna try to rot it out a couple of times just to see where I'm at. Because if I don't do that, I'm gonna pay like a fuck ton of money for him to dig a hole and for him to put a saddle on it. But if he comes out and for those of you that don't know what a saddle is, I'm sorry. I shouldn't assume that you do. So this is the line that goes out of your house. This is your sewer line. And what a saddle is, like this is underground. So what you do is you dig a hole, right? And then you put a saddle on top of the pipe. And it's like that. And then you bring a pipe up. You can either do it like angled, like there on like a 45 and bring it straight out, or you can bring it angled up. And then you have a cap on it. And then what you can do from up here is, if you think you have like roots and shit in your sewer line, you feed it this way. And that way they don't have to dig down. You basically make a junction into the pipe. And if you do it right, it's nice if you do it right, because should you ever have a sewer backup, it should back up before it comes into your house. It should bust up through your saddle, pop your cap up, and you'll have sewage in your front lawn instead of sewage in your laundry room or whichever drain is the first drain to your house. I have one on my current house because I ain't having that sewer fucking gross ass shit in my house again. But we need to teach kids that. Being handy is great. Even doing one job, whether electrical, plumbing, carpentry, flooring, you can and pick things up from so many other areas. Although, me being a cabinet guy, I didn't make an electrician or a plumber, but you learn some helpful things along the way. Right, absolutely. But we're not teaching kids any of that. Kids aren't able to walk out of high school and get jobs as mechanics or welders. That we don't have partnerships with the local union apprentice programs where the kids in their junior year are doing all the textbook stuff. And sometimes the union instructor teaches in the morning at the union hall and then comes over to the high school in the afternoon, and all the electrical kids are in a class for 2 hours, and they're getting all of the shit they're gonna need. In the summer between junior year and senior year, they're at the union hall learning, and then senior year, they go to high school to learn like math, like what the fuck, Algebra 2 with trig, English 4, US history, and by 11 o'clock, they're leaving because they're going to a job site where they're doing their hands-on apprenticeship. By halfway through the school year, those kids don't go to school anymore. They have all their credits. Now, they can't not go to work because the work counts for school credits. And so every 2 weeks, I've seen it where they just send the pay stubs to the school, and the school sees the kid's pay stub and he's counted as being at work. Why aren't we doing that for kids anymore? No, we're gonna fucking figure out a way to send all kids to college. Because being an electrician or a plumber or a mason or a roofer or a framer or a cabinet maker is dirty. We can't do that no more. We gotta have them have smart people jobs. I'll be right back. Working in an apartment complex showed me how self-sufficient people are, and I can say if they didn't have a helpline, building would probably burn down. Had a call yesterday that someone flooded their dishwasher because they put their pan right side up and caught all the water and flooded the apartment. Yeah. And here's what's sad about it. You have several different types of schools. The electrical, woodworking, finance, math school. We even had a C school. Yeah, and that's why all of my brothers have a trade. Because all of my brothers were educated in Europe. All of my brothers have a trade. Now they all don't work in their trade. My eldest brother's a mechanic. I forgot the next one down's electrical. I forgot what the next one down is. He's fucking disappointment. And what I'll say is, did it suck working for my dad? Yeah. But I figured I learned, because I don't have girls. I'm sorry, I don't have boys. I have all girls. I have all girls. And so my kids, they learned from their mom. But my girls came to me occasionally and were like, can I learn what you're doing? Yeah. The kids learn to cook from me. Because if I let my wife teach the girls how to cook, the number of poison control center calls would go up exponentially. And it's not trying to be mean, but how many people don't cook for their kids? Well, I feed my kids. That's not what I asked you. Do you cook for them? If you go to McDonald's, McDonald's doesn't mean you cooked for your kids. It's just like the fucking joke makes me laugh. If you give your kids frozen pizza, you're a terrible parent. At least cook that shit first. Let's take a look at world news. Yeah, if you make Kraft mac and cheese, you aren't cooking. Very true. Egypt will not allow Palestinian displacement. Egypt's foreign minister has unleashed fiery criticism of Israel, accusing it of carrying out a genocide that goes far beyond the imagination and warning Cairo will not tolerate mass displacement. Now, I want you to reread. I want you to reread this. Does anybody see the problem with Egypt's foreign prime minister or foreign minister? Do you see the problem with his statement? Because I hope somebody sees the problem with the statement. You're not letting those people into Egypt. You're committing genocide. We're putting up walls for you to grind them against. Yep. You notice that they say you're carrying out a genocide in Gaza that goes far beyond the imagination, and we will not tolerate mass displacement. So as long as you don't hit the walls, as long as you're not Chris Jericho and you break the walls down, kill them, we're not going to open the gates and let them in here. Displacement means liquidation and the end of the Palestinian cause, and there is no legal or moral or ethical ground to evict people from their homeland. What the fuck? How about there's no legal or moral or ethical ground to kill them? You notice that the prime minister is like, I don't want to support them, but I don't want the walls to get hit, and I don't want them in my country. Israel's trying to punish civilian areas, drive the Palestinians out of Gaza. That's all anybody gives a shit about. Nobody gives a shit about these people dying. Nobody gives a shit.
Out of one of Gaza City's largest neighborhoods, Al Zaytun, in the southeast of the city. I managed to access this area after the Israeli military withdrawal and the end of their military operation that lasted for many weeks. We can clearly see behind me an ocean of rubble left behind that brutal military operation. It had entirely changed the landscape and the landmarks of this particular neighborhood. The repeated military operations point to a deliberate attempt to make Al Zaytun unlivable. We can clearly see here people are coming just to retrieve whatever they can retrieve from their belongings after the military operation came to an end in this particular neighborhood.
What we have built in 50 years was flattened to earth in 5 days. We are left with nothing. Our loved ones were killed, our health consumed. Nothing remains standing. Buildings, roads, infrastructure. We are left without water or food. The entire Gaza Strip is devoured by famine. We are walking not only on ruins, but also on dead bodies of our loved ones.
After the Israeli army pulled out from the area, we came back to find all our homes in ruins. Not a single one remained standing. All were reduced to dust. What would people return to?
It's as if the entire Zaytun neighborhood was hit with a nuclear bomb. We came back to find nothing. Nothing at all. We were displaced many times, and as you can see, we returned to find our homes leveled to the ground.
This is one of the largest and
it's look, it's hard to talk about Gaza and Israel because on one side I feel for the Israeli people. The Israeli people, they were massacred in Germany. Then they got given land. They've tried for peace. They've been invaded. They've gone to war. They've dealt with terrorist attacks. They've offered Palestine a country 8 times. Palestine decides in 2007 to elect Hamas to be their leadership. And the Hamas charter says, our goal is to eliminate the state of Israel. Israel asks for years and years and years and years the UN to go in to force, and then at some point you have to say enough is enough. But that works both ways. At some point the world has to grab at some point, the world has to grab Israel by the leash and say, look, you can no longer say that you're hunting terrorists when 50,000 of your victims have been children. You simply can't. That is no longer we're no longer on a realistic timeline here. Your roommate's AC is suffering because he has no blinds in his house. It runs all day and the house is less than 5 years old, but the AC can't keep the house at the set temperature. Yes. If the windows are facing the sun, yes. You want blinds on your house because you're not allowing the whole room to heat up. It keeps the direct sunlight out. So yeah. But we're at a point where society is just fucking doomed. We're at a point where society is fucked because if you make the argument that Israel is justified in exterminating the Palestinian people, then I don't know what's wrong with you. I understand that you have a right to defend yourself when you're attacked. However, there has to be a proportional response. And we've gone past proportional response. Donald Trump said during the election campaign that he would end the war in Ukraine on day one in office, and he would have the war between Israel and Gaza solved before he ever was inaugurated. Donald Trump is, I'm sorry if you like him, I'm sorry if you're MAGA, but Donald Trump is the absolutely worst thing that has ever happened to American politics. Not his first term as president. His first term as president was, I mean, nothing impressive. Yeah, it's the same argument that the Nazis used to exterminate the Jews. And that's where I say, when you lose your sympathy, when you become the victim, one of two things happens. You either transcend the trauma that happened to your people, or your people become the oppressors. It's like I talk about the cycle of abuse when I teach domestic violence. If your son witnesses you abuse his mom, he will either become the most anti-abuse individual ever, or he'll become an abuser because he doesn't know any better, because he's emulating the behavior. And I've had people say, that's not true, and I'll just be, have you read the Duluth model? No. Have you read the Duluth research? No. Then go read it and come back. His first term shook up things in terms of people paying attention, but I disagree with him on almost every single level. I don't like speaking in absolutes. Right. I thought Donald Trump's first term as president was a good thing. And let the rest of the world know, hey, if you guys don't play ball fairly with America, then America is going to elect radical assholes. But now here's where I see our society is fucked. Judges are not supposed to be able to counteract federal law. Do I think that Donald Trump exceeded his mandate by applying tariffs? Yes. Do I think that any court should have heard that other than the Supreme Court? No. Because no other court has jurisdiction. No other court has jurisdiction. The fact that the appeals court said all of the tariffs are illegal, but we're going to let you keep doing them while this goes to the Supreme Court, lets you know how fucked our situation is. Because they know full well the Supreme Court's going to back Donald Trump. The people that are celebrating all the tariffs are idiots. The tariffs are working. Yeah, tariffs always work. The tariffs are working. Other country... No, they're not. Other countries ain't paying shit on import tariffs. Other countries don't pay shit on import tariffs. That's Walmart's shit on the dock. They pay the tariff. They pay the tariff to release it from customs to them. Oh, it's great that the big companies are finally... They're passing on the fucking cost to you. You think Walmart is eating a 10% tariff on bananas? They're eating 2% of it. They've already risen the cost. They've already raised the price of bananas by 8%. But people are still celebrating him. It is literally, if you've not studied your history, America slides towards fascism every single day, and they don't realize it. If you haven't read this, I challenge you can read this for free online. If you haven't read 1984, 1984 was written in 1949, and it's all the warning we needed. It's all the warning we needed, and nobody followed it. Nobody listened to it. I remember reading 1984 when I was a young man, and I thought it was the greatest work of fiction ever. Thought it was the greatest work of fiction ever. I thought there was no way that educated people could ever allow their world to turn into that. We're there. We're literally there. We have people that will shout you down because they're not as well read as you. They will shout you down because they're afraid that you have knowledge. We have turned the world into, we have turned the country into a fuck you vending machine. Nobody sees the writing on the wall. Fascism comes from the Democrats. No. No, it does not. No, the fuck it does not. Let me stop you. You're a fucking fascist because you just blamed a party and you didn't blame the fucking party in control right now. Debanking political opponents, government conspiring with big tech to deplatform, Kamala replacing Biden without a single vote. That's not fascism. That's not even fucking fascism. No, you're fine. You guys can keep going. Doesn't disrupt the show. That's not even fascism. So why the fuck are you saying fascism is coming from the Democrats for these reasons when that's not even fascism? Why are you repeating points that I know you don't actually believe? That is a failure of democracy. Democrats are trying to destroy the Jewish homeland. How? That's a racist comment. You have three. You have three. And only three to get me there. Connect me to the Democrats trying to destroy Israel in 3 or less statements. Because they're not. But it's your point. You got 3. How are they doing that? Denying Israel bombs in its war against Hamas. When have they ever done that? Under the Biden administration, we funded Israel, we funded the Ukraine at the same time as we funded relief for America. So we didn't even do that. So your first comment is not opinion. There is a funding bill. There is a funding bill where we gave Israel money. Giving Iran billions of dollars so they can transfer to Hezbollah. We haven't done that either. How can we give Iran billions of dollars when only $76 billion left the country in foreign aid under the Biden administration in 1 year? And most of it went to Ukraine. How did we give Iran billions of dollars? So you've been wrong and wrong. It's 2 strikes. You don't have any proof. You're just making shit up. I'll tell you why I hate people like you. I hate people like you because I've had to go. We gave Iran billions of dollars by unfreezing Iranian assets that were frozen under previous administrations. You mean when we were trying to get them to come to terms? So, yeah, you're talking about January 2016? Is that what you're talking about? Are you talking about January 2016? We gave them, yeah, you're looking it up. We gave them money on January 17th, 2016, as President Obama was leaving office, which was money that we had seized in 1979, and we've been holding. We didn't give them billions of dollars. First of all, we didn't give them billions of dollars. We gave them back their $400 million and $1.3 billion in interest that money had accumulated. Why did we do that? Did Iran meet their nuclear obligations? Yes. No. Unfreezing billions of their own money isn't the same as giving billions when the piece you're fucking missing is that they met their nuclear obligations. No, you're trying to say they're the same. When you unfreeze assets, you're not giving them anything. Giving them money is like this. Hey man, you dropped your wallet. I'm giving it back to you. That is different than me reaching into my pocket and saying, hey man, here's 20 bucks. Go get something to eat. No, we didn't give them American money. You're not going to win this argument because you don't fucking know what you're talking about. We literally seized first of all, you probably don't even know what the fucking 1979 fucking seizure of assets is. You're just arguing that no, we didn't give them shit. We gave them back their money that we had held longer than I had been alive. We seized $400 million in principal money that had been held in an account since the 1979 revolution. We didn't give them $1 billion. We gave them back their money. None of it was American money. Yeah, we gave them back their money. It was their money. You didn't lose a fucking penny out of your taxes. It's just the principle of honoring a treaty. Yes, exactly. If you do X, we will release your funds. There's no difference between gave and gave them back. Yes, there is. Yes, the fuck there is. And if you don't understand the nuance between releasing their money back to them and giving them money, I'm sorry, you're too dumb to be in this conversation. One of them takes money out of the American taxpayer's wallet, which I would agree is bullshit because I'm against all foreign aid. One of them is saying your money has been sitting in an account. They didn't have the money, then they were suddenly in possession of it. Right. They didn't have their money, which we seized in 1979. It had been sitting in an account accruing interest since 1979. When in 2016, they met the obligations that we asked them to not develop nuclear weapons, which they did to get the money that was theirs. We said, here you go. That is a lot different than the way you're painting it that the Democrats gave them money. I would be pissed as fuck if they took money out of my fucking taxes and gave it to Iran. I'd be pissed as fuck. That's not what we did. And the way you're painting it like the Democrats gave it to them. No, they didn't give it to them. They said, if you do these things, we'll give you back what is yours. Okay, this is distinction without difference. No, this is you being a fucking idiot and you one of these people that doesn't understand that terminology matters. You're one of these people that runs around saying it's semantics, you're being pedantic, you're dealing with words. Yes, I'm dealing with words because words fucking matter. Words are important. Words are important. It's kind of like when people say, I want free healthcare. There's no, English is not my first fucking language. Go fuck yourself. There's too many vowels there. Congratulations. Here's the problem. You want free. There's no such thing as free if the government's giving to you. It's taxpayer provided. Well, I don't see the difference. Then you're a fucking idiot. The prisoner exchange fund is $6 billion. Release of Iran's frozen assets tied to legal agreements. So giving them back their money because we want prisoners back is giving them money or giving them back their money. Yeah, not honoring treaties fucks you over. You're one of these fucking people that's gonna blame the Democrats for your lot in life. When you're too fucking dumb. I don't know if you're a Republican. Giving $6 billion for hostages is sponsoring terrorism. Is it? So you don't want to buy back hostages? I think that makes you a shitty American. Because I want to buy back our hostages. I also want to tell our population, stay the fuck out of Iran. If it ends in a stan, don't go near China. Don't go near Korea, North Korea. You don't want to reward kidnappers. So I hope you get kidnapped and they don't buy you back. Make my life easy. I got an awful lot of people in both political parties I'd like to see get kidnapped then. Wouldn't miss them. It's also funny that you don't know the difference, though, that we're giving them back their own money. We're buying back American hostages with Iranian money. The fact that you don't see a distinction between returning their money. Now, you want to come with the, if you actually knew the paperwork, if you actually knew the study, giving them giving them $10 million in democracy support, giving non-government organizations, I think that's bullshit. But guess what? Both parties have done it. Both parties have given democracy support to Iran for non-governmental organizations so that they can try to have democracy in their country. Both parties have done it, not just the Democrats. You're one of these people that probably thinks that what we did in bombing a nuclear reactor or a nuclear enrichment facility was a good thing. We used up 60% of our high-capacity bunker busters and didn't get the job done. This is why I can't handle fucking bigoted people. I can't handle racist people. I can't handle ignorant people. Trees aren't sentient. No shit. What's your point? I'm waiting for the profound connection. It's like literally, if you look this up, it literally in multiple places says this was Iran's own money released to them. This is what's wrong with people. People want to turn our entire political spectrum into adversarial shit. The Republicans have done horrible shit. The Democrats have done horrible shit. Why do you have to bring it up? What does it matter? I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. Both sides make me sick. But, we gave billions of dollars in foreign aid in a year that we only gave $76 billion in foreign aid and over 50 of it went to one country. We're not giving Israel bombs, except we're bound by treaty to resupply their armament. So we have been making all the deliveries. By the way, when we have a situation where you've killed or wounded 50,000 children in your campaign to eliminate Hamas, I think your targeting protocols are off. I think your rules of engagement suck if you've killed or wounded 50,000 children. So you notice that when people want a Pyrrhic victory, even when a stalemate is more beneficial to everyone. I think a lot of people need to take their fucking monkey asses back to War Games with Matthew Broderick and learn the lesson at the end of the game, or the end of the movie. The only way to win is not to play. I don't want to fight Iran. I don't want Iran to become a nuclear nation. I don't want to fight them. You can't conquer it. I don't want to spend 30 years at war with a country when there's no value to it. I also think a lot of the bullshit is we're holding on to their money. Why? Should we have given it back? No. I don't agree with giving it back, but you can't turn around and say we gave them money. We didn't give them American taxpayer money. If we had given them American taxpayer money, I'd be one of the first people to say that shit is wrong. We gave them back their money. Good. We bought the objectives that we wanted with somebody else's money. Good. Great. By law, we can't touch it anyway. So what does it matter? We can only freeze the asset. We can't seize it. We can't spend it. Now, if international law allowed us to spend it, shit, yeah, I would have been like, that shit was in there for longer than my fucking lifetime. I would have been like, fuck yeah, let's spend it. But what's the point of spending it? Our own government can't balance a budget. But people like you make the fucking problem worse. Like, what do you want in life? Instead of being full of fucking hatred and bigotry and racism, just say what the fuck you want in life. Like, what goals do you want? You're clearly a MAGA Republican. So what fucking goals do you want? You notice that people, they're good for about 10 seconds, which is like 4 seconds longer than they can go in bed. And it's fucking amazing to me. I have this ridiculous, bigoted, fucking racist view. Congratulations. You got me on one thing. I don't know fucking English vowels. Congratulations. What else you got? Anyway. That was 2. The next thing needs to be a fucking grand slam, or that's just a click, gone. Did anybody notice that we only added 22,000 jobs? That kind of sucked. The economy is slowing down. This shit right here has got to stop. Georgia is sending 300 Guard members to Washington. That shit needs to stop. Georgia's National Guard needs to stay in Georgia because Washington, D.C. has a guard. Why would the economy possibly be slowing down? Because everyone's fucking broke, man. Everyone's broke. This one's going to be interesting. Top congressional leaders have demanded briefing on Venezuelan vessel strike. Pentagon officials were slated to brief congressional national security staff, but no top-level session for Hill leaders was expected. House Speaker Mike Johnson is in Canada attending the G7 Summit of Global Leaders. Oh, joy. And about what? Oh, he's already signing them. Has he signed any crazy executive orders already? Yeah, that's what I thought. The guy that wanted to be a fucking mouthpiece. What? Oh, he ran away? Cool. Watch this. Watch this. Look, I am all for you having a point of view. What I'm not for is you coming in and being a fucking racist. If you're gonna, if you don't know what fascism is, know what fascism is. If you're gonna use a word, know what the word is. Fascism requires you to have a singular party. We have 2 parties, right? We have 2 parties. Fascism requires a dictatorship. Now, can I make the argument that the Democratic... Actually, I will be right back and then I will make that argument. Yes, I banned it. All right. Yeah, he probably walked away thinking we're all filthy communists here. Here's the problem. If you want to call something fascist, know what the fuck fascism is. Fascism is far-right authoritarian political ideology. You cannot say the Democratic Party is fascist because the Democratic Party is the left. The Democratic Party is the liberal left. They are not a far-right authoritarian political ideology. First and foremost, you have to swing the Democratic Party all the way through the political spectrum, through center, all the way through the right, for them to be fascist. Now, is Donald Trump fascist? Donald Trump is fascist as fuck. Donald Trump is fascist as a motherfucker. Did the Democratic Party exhibit characteristics of dictatorship? Yes, during their own primaries. They did not release the delegates in the first round of voting so that they could vote however they wanted. They did a bunch of political maneuvering so that all of the delegates voted the way the primaries were voted on the basis of Harris was announced as the running mate. So if they equated a vote for Biden as a vote for Harris. Now, could you make an argument that the Democrats are nationalist? That they focus on national pride? No, you can't make that argument. The Democrats don't exhibit nationalism. The Democrats, in fact, countermand nationalism, because do you see a lot of red, right, Republican sanctuary cities? No, you don't. The Democrats don't have a focus on national pride tied to the idea of ethnic or cultural superiority. The Republicans certainly do. The Republicans want to get rid of all the illegal immigrants, and they don't really like the idea of migrant workers. So the Democrats aren't anywhere near that side of it. Militarism. Does the Democratic Party have an emphasis on strong military? No. It's been known in the last 40 years of American history. The Republicans want a really big military, and they don't want to send it anywhere. The Democrats want a really small military, but unfortunately, they want to send it everywhere. The Democrats don't suppress dissent. The Democrats embrace political opposition. They embrace civil liberties. Donald Trump doesn't embrace civil liberties. Donald Trump doesn't embrace due process. Shit, his fucking ICE agents deported a guy to a country where the guy had a standing judicial order to not be deported to that country. Corporatism. Fascism requires an economy managed either by the state or through close ties with the large corporations. The Democrats fucking hate large corporations. The Democrats believe in socialism. The Democrats believe in anti-capitalistic ideas. Universal health care, universal basic income. Fucking Bernie Sanders wants a 32-hour work week, which was the dumbest shit I'd ever heard. Because basically you want a 32-hour work week and you expect companies to pay people 40-hour wages on 32-hour... Fuck that. You cannot be a fucking Muppet and run around and be a racist bigot and say the Democrats are fascists. If you want to turn around and say I hate the Democratic Party because they deprived me of my right to speak my mind during the primaries, I think Kamala Harris was a sham. I don't like the fact that for about a 6-month period of time in America, I kept being called a racist, sexist because I got asked who I was voting for, and when I said Donald Trump, they said you really should be voting for Kamala Harris because she's a black woman. Why the fuck does her being a black woman have anything to do with how I should vote? Why am I voting for Donald Trump? Well, the reason why I'm voting for Donald Trump is I don't like what the fuck the Democratic Party did to their own primaries, and if they're willing to take away the rights and voting exercises of their own political party, I sure as shit don't want that person as president. But you're basically asking me, do I want to vote to get a punch in the right nut or a punch in the left nut? And the answer is I'd rather not get punched in the nuts at all. Thank you very much. I don't ever want to be in a situation where I have to vote for the lesser of two evils because I'm still voting for evil. I don't want to vote for evil unless I'm voting for Cthulhu because everything else is just a lesser form of evil. I don't want to be in that world. I want to be in a world where the ignorant ass people in America understand what the definition of fascism is, communism is, socialism is. I don't want to be in a world where people running for political office don't fucking know what socialism is. Our country doesn't understand there's a difference between being socialist, living in socialism, and having socialist programs. I think people like Bernie Sanders are some of the most dangerous, ignorant fucks because what they tell you is how good Europe has it. And Europe is literally over there like, stop saying socialism is great. Fucking, how are we able to do this shit? Because we have 18 million people in a giant ass petroleum fund. Fucking European leaders have literally said your country would only be able to do it if you tapped into your resources. It's a lot easier to give a country, when you have $1 trillion fund, to give 18 million people free healthcare and free school than it is when you have a country of 330 million people where one of the two major political parties don't want to get rid of all the people that don't belong here in the first place. The reason why I'm a big fan of school vouchers. NYC is going to have a communist mayor. You're right. They are. And you know what's going to happen in New York City? New York City's entire fucking tax base is going to collapse within 1 year. Because all the billionaires in New York are going to fucking bounce. New York, the state of New York is going to fucking collapse. All the billionaires will leave. All the corporations will leave. All the corporations will leave, and then all the fucking jobs will leave too. What's going on? Who's crying? Goofy cat can't tell time. I've got 23 minutes till the end of the show. She's out there complaining that I haven't come played with her. Communism isn't the answer to everything. Socialism isn't the answer to everything. The United States already has three socialist healthcare systems, and they all suck. Oh, fuck's sake. I can already see the writing on the wall here. As someone who dislikes modernist architecture, I do like this one executive order from Trump, although I'm less enthusiastic about his reasons for doing so. Yeah, this is fucking bullshit. Make federal architecture beautiful again. By the authority vested in me as president by the Constitution and laws of the United States, it is hereby ordered. The founders, in line with great societies before them, attached great importance to federal civil architecture. They wanted America's public buildings to inspire people and encourage civic virtue. Under the GSA Design Excellence Program, GSA has often selected design by prominent architects with little regard for local import or regional aesthetics. You are absolutely right. This is a page out of the fascist playbook. If another president had done this, I would have 100% agreed with this, because I've had this problem my whole adult life with some of the buildings that we've built. With that said, you're absolutely correct that when a president is concerned about architecture and he's not concerned about hungry children, then I don't give a shit. I do not give a shit about the idea. What you're doing is you're trying to build a legacy. Did you hear that of all the Trump children, they're floating the idea around to run Eric for president in 2028? Like, really? You picked the dumb one? You picked the dumb one. I think the envelope will be sealed for me if the Republican Party has another Trump candidate, another member of the Trump family in 2028. I'll just be gone. And I think a lot of other Americans will be gone too. It's one thing to have a political dynasty. It's a complete other to just try to control the country by putting forth another name. I'll probably dip. 1 in 6 American children. I'll probably dip out. Talk about this one real quick.
Whether or not the Minneapolis school shooter was transgender does not matter at all. It is entirely irrelevant. What does matter, however, was that the shooter was a white supremacist who posted about their ideology online. They literally wrote white supremacists like dog whistles on their weapons. Things like 6 million wasn't enough, anti-Semitic stuff. They wrote the N-word, they wrote homophobic slurs. They also wrote the names of other infamous shooters who, are like martyrs to them. This person was a white supremacist driven by far-right ideology. That's not uncommon at all. I mean, obviously I understand that the main issue is the lack of gun control, but I also think that America has an ideology problem that we need to address because it is literally killing our children. A lot of young people, are lonely and isolated and bitter, and they get sucked into these echo chambers online where they're filled with hatred and bigotry.
Right there, that is the reason why every single time a racist or a sexist or a homophobe or a transphobe or comes into my channel, why I challenge them, and then I tell them, usually you have 3, and then when they can't get to it, I just ban them. Number 1, I will be happy if the 28 of you or the 28 people that show up here Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, I will be okay if I never grow because I don't need the money, but I would rather shut my whole fucking brand down, including my record label, before I ever tolerate, other than for the exercise in academia, a bigot, a racist, a homophobe, a transphobe. Break, that doesn't mean I accept all the positive shit either. The ask is too much from some groups. The expectation is too much for some groups. You go right into the same category if you got 3.
And dangerous ideologies. Far-right ideologies do a very good job at recognizing that you have problems and giving you an enemy. That's how a lot of young men also become very misogynistic. They listen to right-wing podcasters, they listen to people like Andrew Tate, and they get red-pilled online.
Where she's completely wrong is you can get all of these things on the far left as well. You can't blame the far right and not blame the far left. You have far left shooters as well. Yet you have far left individuals as well. Anybody that has fundamentalist in their title, Christian fundamentalist, Jewish fundamentalist, and just plain guys from Montana are probably likely to shoot some shit up. Extremists. That's why they're called extreme. You're outside of 3 standard deviations. You're outside of 3 standard deviations. You're part of the fucking problem.
They're in a very vulnerable position in their life when they're very young, their brain isn't fully developed, and they might have a lot of problems, and they find someone to blame. These people convince them that women and minorities are the root of their issues. But of course the media and our country in general...
Hold on. I'm going to jump on that. Minorities are a perfectly viable target for some people to say is the reason for their lot in life. Because DEI is racist. Affirmative action is racist. It doesn't matter what your intention is. When people keep going back to the argument of it's leveling the playing field, it's leveling the playing field, it's leveling the playing field. We have black billionaires. We've had a black president. The majority of many sports are black. Stop saying it's to level the playing field. If slavery had ended 10 years ago, I'd say we have to level the playing field. 30 years ago, level the playing field. 50 years ago, level the playing field. I understand that we had separate but equal. I understand that we had Jim Crow laws. I understand that some people say, well, it's a systematic system of oppression. Great. But you keep saying white supremacy, white supremacy, white supremacy, far right, this, that, the other. Please stop saying white supremacy because you're painting me with that brush and I don't like it. You don't like when people paint you with a brush. I don't want to be painted with the brush. I will be the first person to hit the fucking red button to eject a white supremacist into the sun. Call it something else. Because as soon as I have an opinion, yeah, what happens when people start to agree with you? Well, therein lies the problem. If people start to agree with you and you're righteous and you're right, then you have progress. If people start to agree with you and you're wrong, then you're indoctrinating people because, like, her point is they're being indoctrinated, but you're making a TikTok that's information that's incorrect. So you are indoctrinating people into a false ideology. It's like Binks the Puppet. If you've never seen Binks the Puppet, he's the purple puppet on TikTok. I disagree with the creator about some of his religious stuff. Not much, but some of it. When he says stuff like Halloween has never been a pagan holiday. You're right. We never called it Halloween. We called it Samhain. You called it All Hallows Eve. I'm going to say that I'm a little bit more of a subject matter expert on the cross-bridging of pagan to Christian because Binks the Puppet's creator doesn't seem like a person who's really gotten into the shit of it. I think when you don't want to get into the pagan studies of something, then you should say, Halloween as I know it comes from this, but I'm not qualified to talk on that. Or a solstice. Right. There are things that are in Catholicism that we know were done because the Holy Roman Empire looked at all of the fucking pagans and said, if we have to fight them again, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said Holy Roman Empire. The Roman Empire under the Catholic Church said, you know what? If we have to fight all them again, they're probably going to win. So, how do we throw them a bone? Because I'm going to remind people that the cross was used by the pagans long fucking before they ever got introduced to the Romans. I understand that due to some creative liberties, we've said, yeah, the Orthodox Church adopted pagan customs. Absolutely. I understand that people want to say Jesus was crucified on the cross. He suffered, died, and was buried. Jesus didn't get crucified on a cross. Jesus was crucified on 2 sticks. And if you don't like that, they didn't call it a cross back then. That's not what they called it. He got crucified on 2 sticks. We changed the verbiage in the editing process, which I don't have a problem with. But then people see the Celtic cross and they say, oh, well, that's because of the Roman and Catholic Church influence on the pagan people. No. We had a cross-like figure long before we ever fucking met you. We had a triquetra. We also had crosses long before we ever fucking met you. Long before we ever heard of the Jesus guy, pagan cultures. Yes. And so I like the creator of Binks the Puppet, but he's indoctrinating people into a view because he doesn't want to get up to his fucking titties in pagan culture. Yeah, the Egyptian Ankh. Exactly. But nobody would look at an Ankh and call it a crucifix. Nobody would do that. Same as the Nazi adoption of the swastika. Now people just see it Nazis. It's a symbol of shit. Brain malfunction. Peace or hope is what the swastika's origination is. It's either peace or hope.
Doesn't want to recognize the problem we have with bigotry and hatred, so instead they just say, oh look, the shooter was trans, it must be because of that. Like, it is literally insane how many far-right, people on the internet.
Okay, I'm gonna stop because I'm not far right. But it's really, 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 really fucking important in this one particular situation to say this person was a mass shooter because they were trans. Not all trans, there isn't any correlation, right, here, and there's not any causation here. This particular shooter was mentally unstable because the only mental health disorder that we know that they have, and it may come out that they have others, but they, under the DSM-5, have what is quoted as distress of gender dysphoria. Right? That does not mean that all people that are transgender have that problem. It doesn't even mean a majority of them have the problem. Not every single person in distress in any mental health form is homicidal. In fact, becoming homicidal when you're in crisis is actually a minority statistic. The reason why you don't hear about the other people is our society is still afraid of the taboo of suicide, of unaliving yourself. We don't talk about the individual who unalives himself.
Will be like, oh look, the shooter was trans. It must be like woke gender ideology. Either the shooter.
Well, why not? If you're going to turn around and blame far-right ideology, the moment you make a bigoted, ignorant argument, you open the door to the fucking clown car and the other 17 clown arguments run out. I'm not saying I agree with the clown argument, but you clearly do.
Literally had the exact same worldview as these far-right people.
Yeah, guess what? There's an awful lot of people there, and I know this is going to sound weird, and I'm not justifying shitty behavior, because at the end of the day, you all know, I've been a minister my whole adult life. I am a big fan of, and Jesus said, love one another as I have loved you, and when somebody says, well, what about the gays? I'm going to start the fuck over. Love one another as I have loved you. What's confusing? You fucking got it now? Good. When I say that, we have got to fucking stop blaming ideology. There are white supremacists that do not wish any ill upon minorities. They just want to be left alone with other white people. I don't like the idea, but Jews, you kind of have to agree, don't you? Because if I remember my Judaism correctly, isn't there a thing about only associating with those of your tribe? And you're all from the same patch of land, and you were divided among the 12 tribes of Israel. Isn't there something to be said that we shouldn't be painting people that just want to live, quote, with their own kind, when we have historically black colleges, when at college campuses we have black dormitories? Remember I said if it's racism, it's racism. It doesn't matter who's doing it. You cannot have a society that says it's a historically black college. You cannot have a society that says it's okay to have black dormitories. But no, that shit down in Texas where it's only white people allowed in that town, that's fucking racist. We can't have fucking... Wait. Either we allow racist shit or we don't. I want to live in the world where we don't. Look, I've had to salute women. I've had to salute minorities. I've had to salute minority women. I don't give a shit. You outrank me? You outrank me. I went to a doctor the other day. I couldn't even begin to pronounce his last name. He was shocked when I asked him to say it. He's like, hi, I'm Dr. G. And could you please pronounce it for me? And he kind of gave me this look and I'm like, please pronounce it for me. And then I said it back to him. And he's like, you got that completely wrong. And I said, one more time. And I said it back. He's like, he laughed. I said, Dr. G. He's like, Dr. G. I don't want to live in a world where I don't attempt to show you respect by saying your name back to you. I don't want to live in that world. I don't want you to be ashamed of your family name. I don't want you to be ashamed of I'm going to try. One more time. Dr. G. If I saw the guy, I would try his name again. And I would keep trying until I got it. Or he's like, you're butchering the shit. Dr. G is more respectful. Got it.
Like, just because they were trans doesn't mean they were woke in any sense of the word.
Okay, so hold on. If just because they're trans doesn't mean they're woke in any sense of the word, then why, if they're on the far right, does that make them violent in any sense of the word?
Right-wing extremism is a lot more diverse than you would think, you know?
Right-wing extremism is a lot more diverse than you would think. I want to think about that for a second. Isn't right-wing extremism pretty not diverse? Because when I look at a standard bell curve, and guys, please forgive me because I know I'm just a dumb fuck Irish immigrant, but if I'm far-right extremism, doesn't that by definition mean, yeah, aren't the fucking extremes generally the least diverse?
It is not just straight, white, cisgender men. It's expanding in horrifying ways. But of course, it is very easy.
It's not just straight, white, cisgender men. You fucking racist. You fucking sexist. First of all, just so everybody is aware, I will fight you tooth and nail if you try to paint me with this stupid cisgender paintbrush. And here's why. The term cisgender came into existence in 1994. I was assembled out of spare parts in 1979. I do not identify with that term. And if your ask is that I respect, and as I said, if you weren't here the other day, I spent more than a year hunting down they, them as singular versus plural. I can now use they, them as singular because I have finally figured out why I couldn't. Yeah, the only reason why the fucking Irish don't have sweetest influence on their native language is because you guys got as far as fucking Dublin, and you literally got to Dyflin. You had fucking the Norse, got to fucking Dyflin, and every time they tried to leave Dyflin, they said, those fuckers are crazy. Why don't they ever come here? Because we didn't want to cross fucking miles and miles and miles of fucking bog. We said, you know what? Those people over there, they like to fight. We don't want to keep fighting them. They keep trying to come fight us. They keep fucking dying in the bog. What we're going to do is fucking, we have more than enough space over here. We have sheep and goat and fucking, we didn't have potatoes yet. We're just going to go over here. We're going to go to the other side of the fucking island. You know what makes me laugh about the Vikings? You fuckers had boats. You could have sailed around the south end of fucking Ireland and showed up in Ballybunion. Did they? No, because we were like, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. This island is cursed. Yeah. Maybe if the fucking the fucking Vikings had influenced Ireland more, I'd be able to pronounce vowels.
To blame trans people because they're not in the in-group. The vast majority of mass shootings are committed by straight, white, cis men. Never once has this led to a national debate about their rights. Because straight, white, cisgender men are part of the in-group.
We'll go burn Paris instead. In fact, we'll go burn Constantinople, because fuck them. I think it's important, not that I like this. I think this is important. Straight, white, cis men is a redundancy anyway. But we're not the in-group. We're not the in-group. We are the patriarchy. We are the establishment. Some of us are working to break down the fucking walls. Meanwhile, where you think you have a hammer and you're knocking down the wall, you're busy picking up the bricks as I knock them down and you're putting them back up. Stop this shit. Stop it. Why do we turn everything into adversary? I did a video and I got condemned for it by people on TikTok. And what I said was, the trans community needs to condemn this shooter. Why should we have to condemn this shooter when out of the last 4,000 shootings, only 4 have been transgenders? Because it's just your turn to be the one at fault. It's just your turn. Do you condemn shooters? Yes, all the time, actually.
It doesn't matter if they make up the vast majority of, shooters. We still understand that not all of them are dangerous. However, when somebody is outside of the in-group, like they're a person of color, they're a minority, they're LGBTQ in some way, their identity can be weaponized against them and used to generalize all minorities.
Who the fuck is generalizing all minorities? First of all, transgender individuals make up 1.2% of the American population overall. Scares the shit out of me because we're having a massive rise in transgender youths. Scares the shit out of me. But I'm going to say this. It doesn't matter what the characteristic, when we have an increase in any youths, scares the shit out of me. Because generally, people don't begin to form their identity 14 to 17-ish. Up until about 14, maybe 13, Gen X, we were a little bit earlier. Your identity is that of your parents. Now, I will say this. We have known that Melly Yumpkin was gay, bi, since she was 5. It was fucking easy to tell. Easy to tell. The problem is how much social contagion, how much is genuine. Ding, 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 ding. How much of it is genuine and how much of it is Munchausen by proxy? How much of it is parent projection? Now, what I will tell you is that you can have a gay kid or a bi kid, and as far as your kids know, as far as your children are aware, heterosexual is the only option on the menu. I have friends that come from devout Irish Catholic families. Gay, lesbian, bi. I'm one of the few people that'll make the argument. I understand there's a difference between gender identity and biological sex, but I get fucking bombarded with, you can't have that opinion because you're a white cisgender male. So I can't have an academic opinion? Oh, okay.
It's the reason why if an immigrant, commits an act of violence, we then say immigration's the problem.
Yes. If an illegal fucking alien commits a murder, I'm going to say this is fucking morally reprehensible because we should have kicked the fucking illegal immigrants out and then the murderer wouldn't be here. But if a fucking legal immigrant is here, they're a fucking legal immigrant. Are they American or are they here on a visa? If they're here on a visa, I might ask the question, hey man, isn't this like the 7th murder in 2 months of a Palestinian refugee? Or committed by a Palestinian refugee? Yeah, man, I think it is the 7th murder committed by a Palestinian refugee. You know what, man? I think we might want to dig into the numbers and maybe we need to stop giving Palestinian refugees. I guess my UK brethren friends are totally okay with the idea that you can't deport Muslims who rape English little girls because they might face prejudice back in their home country. Do you know what the next step of that story is? England, I think you know what the next step of that story is. It's the same thing that happened to every one of your territories, including your American colonies. Does anybody know what the next step in English fucking the future is? Oh, if you say Viva la Revolution, you're on the right fucking track. France is looking over and be like, we've been waiting for you to have one. It hasn't happened. fucking, you can't deport Muslims who rape natives because they might suffer prejudice in their home country. How about you just fucking kill them then?
Even when statistics prove otherwise.
Okay. She walked right into it, and I didn't spoil the joke. Statistics have nothing the fuck to do with you owning the shooters that are yours.
Another example of this would be like a few years ago, two men were convicted of sexually abusing their adopted son. A heinous act of violence. And a lot of conservatives weaponized that story and used it to say that gay people shouldn't be allowed to adopt children, you know, because they're dangerous. Even though a lot of girls are abused by their fathers and a lot of boys are abused by their mothers. But that doesn't matter because straight people are in the in-group. So if a straight person, you know, abuses a child, it's not considered heterosexual crime. It's just considered being a predator. But if
it's not considered a heterosexual crime. You jumped from homosexual assault to heterosexual crime.
gay person does the same thing, then it's considered homosexual crime. Their identity is seen as a key part of it. It's just insane how the same bigotry that we use to try and explain these crimes and blame minorities for them is the same bigotry that is the literal cause of these crimes.
What? All she had to do was fucking cut the last 5 seconds of her video. Like, don't you weep when you see a person get it in the last 5 seconds? Here's the problem. You can fight fire with fire. The fire department, they generally use water. How did Europe convince the whole world that they're on their own continent and not combined with Asia? Lots of answers depending on the era, but the best one I can give you is Germania and Here There Be Dragons. Those are pagan people there. Now you're like, but it's Germany. That's clearly in Europe. Hasn't always been. Hasn't always been. You have to remember that civilized Europe was the Roman Empire. And like most things, nobody convinced, Europe didn't convince anybody that they were their own continent. Nobody convinced them. That part of the world was Europa. The other part of the world was, why the fuck are we going there? Think about going towards Russia. If you roll up in winter, why would you keep going? Like, fuck that. I ain't going east. I'm not fucking Deckard Cain, man. I'm not going 40 days to the east. Also, we don't look like them. Depends. That is a very important point. But that is we need to dial in a year, and we need to once again put our cultural anthropologist glasses on, and we need to look and say, what are we talking about? Russians aren't Asian. Correct. Give me 1 second, I'll explain why. Okay, so, no, the problem is Russia's not technically in Asia. And I know it's confusing, but this is one of the secrets of the world, right? and it becomes really, really difficult. It is really, really, really awkward when you start teaching global geography. And the reason why is you understand that the map that we use is a racist map, right? The map we use is racist to begin with. Hold on, you got me at a junction where I wasn't prepared to go down this route, but I have a couple of minutes, so I'll go there. I'm looking for the right visual, because without the right visual, this whole thing falls the fuck apart. Okay, and a lot of Americans are going to be like, what are you talking about? I never learned this in school. And I'm like, yeah, that's the fucking problem, because you went to school in America and we're fucking racist. Okay, so I'm going to start with here, right? The unfortunate part here, and I'm not joking. Okay, I'm when I say this, please don't think I'm joking to make a point. The average American thinks all the shit right here, right? They think all of this. They think Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam, Laos. They think all that shit is actually right there. Okay? And I'm not joking. When you ask the average American to start it, people don't realize that Russia, they think all that Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam is up there. And so people don't understand. Yes, I'm very serious. I am deadly serious. I am as serious as a fucking heart attack. You are talking about people that literally, yeah, those damn sunny Thai beaches up there. The average American doesn't know geography, so they don't get it. They think that those countries are up on the other side of North Korea. And why do they do that? Because how they were presented the Vietnam War and the North Korean War, or the Korean War? Right. So why, the question is, why aren't Russians Asian? They are. They are. If you go back in time, those Russians are Asian. Those Russians are Asian. Because remember, when you go back in time, these Russians are European, and these Russians are Asian. And this was the land of fucking we don't cross, because there's no fucking point. There was no value in crossing the breadth of Russia. There was no value in it. Russia should not be the country that it is. It makes no sense that it's the country that it is. But historical reasons, just like when you say this, Native Americans, that's interesting. Native Americans are Asian. Native Americans did not go. I don't want to offend you if you don't use the Gaia model. I understand not everybody uses the Gaia model. I understand not everybody believes that all life originated in Africa. I get it. If you don't, I don't want to offend you. It's not a 100% proven theory. It's the most predominantly proven theory. Native Americans came across the land bridge. They were Asian. That's why they share characteristics with Asia. What does all this mean for Alabama? Roll Tide. With that said, It's a bunch of land nobody else wanted. Right. The world would be radically different if Russia above Kazakhstan was Europe and Russia in East Russia was Asian. Now, why did we name the countries the way we name them, or the continents the way we name them? For the same fucking reason that America is called America, because some asshole had their name on the map. Some asshole named it. Yeah, Pangea is a very interesting concept. It is probably the most likely to be true. Break. You have to accept people that bring up there just wasn't enough time. Like, it's a good argument, but then you have to accept the fact that the scale of the world doesn't factor. But I think the other part of that is people forget that while the pyramids were being built, there were still woolly mammoths on the planet. And some people don't know that. You ask a very detailed, that it's not an easy answer. There are Americans who don't know that you can walk from Texas to Brazil. I'm not joking. There are literally Americans who don't know that. For some odd reason, and I believe a lot of it has to do with early on in American history, we began making our populace really, really dumb. Yeah, the concept of Europe originally stems from the Greeks, where they separated the homeland Greeks from the Asian Minor Greeks. Yeah, Asia Minor, absolutely. There's a canal you got to bridge over that someone put in the way. Yeah, I mean, yes, obviously. But I think that Americans are the biggest problem, and I'm an American. I think the American school system is the biggest problem to the world because we don't teach our populace. And then we have presidents like Donald Trump that argue. Europe is a continent. Europe is a continent. Except, if Europe is the continent, then there's no Asia. You're absolutely right. If Asia's the continent, then there's no Europe. And you're absolutely right. Also, I hate to see this. I hate this. When I see maps like this, right? When I see maps like this, it pisses me off. First of all, no. 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 continents. Now, geopolitical regions. If you're going to do that, then Egypt absolutely needs to be orange. Egypt, yeah, I get it. We have 7 continents, but then people are what are the 7 continents? And then they start making up more. North America, South America, Europe, Africa, Asia, Oceania. Oceania's not the fucking continent. Oceania isn't the fucking continent. Australia is. I get why they want to rename it Oceania. It's crazy to me that people don't know Egypt is in Africa. Well, it's because Egypt is in Africa, the continent, but it would be politically incorrect to call an Egyptian an African American. because we have political regions, and we have, oh, and I forgot to cross out this one too. There's the Caribbean. We have geographical assignment, and we have geopolitical assignment. How come the school system in the U.S. is so bad, yet you have some of the best universities in the world? That is a great question. And the answer is money. The answer is money. When I say we have the worst schools, yeah, everything north of the desert is radically different than what's south of the desert. Abso-fucking-lutely. Everything along the North African coast might as well be Europe. The reason why American schools suck is because we don't put enough money into our public schools, and we allow uneducated parents to have any part of kids' education. For example, I'm an advocate of the change in the law in my state that in order to homeschool your kids, you have to have a high school diploma and some extra training. There are people in my state that don't even have GEDs that by law can homeschool their kids. I just want to say this. If you think you're smarter than the establishment when you only have nothing, and you think that you can set your kid up for life, what state am I in? I'm in Illinois. We have a new law on the books that should hopefully pass where you'll have to have a minimum of a GED or a high school diploma. If you want to homeschool your kids, I want you to have a minimum of 15 specific college credit hours. Because I think if you want to homeschool your kids, the very least you can do is go take the classes you need to know how to teach your kids. I also think that your kids should have to take the GED test at the end. And if they don't pass the GED test, then you can't issue them a diploma. I saw that shit a couple of times in my time at the university. A homeschool kid that has a bullshit diploma. That's bullshit. You decided that your kid gets a diploma? Fuck off. Teaching, yeah, the 15 college credit hours that are to be a teacher's aide. I think there's nothing wrong with having the minimum requirement if you want to homeschool your kids be that you are at a minimum a teacher's aide. I homeschooled one of my kids. I offered to homeschool all my kids. My kids are like, fuck that. But like I said at the beginning of the show, Melly Umpkin messaged me last night, and she totally understands cultural anthropology. She's fucking Simon Phoenix from Demolition Man. She's loving cultural anthropology. She doesn't understand why. I've been teaching her that shit since she was 4. I'd like to homeschool my children through elementary school just because that's where they struggle the most. How realistic is that? I don't know. Homeschooling your kids through elementary school is easy. The problem is, the problem ultimately becomes your kids aren't going to have the social network to survive school if then they suddenly have to go to school in high school. I'll grab this one. Do I think Trump's dismantling of the Department of Education worsens this issue, or does it have no effect? The Department of Education has never instituted a single policy that has improved American education. I say this as an individual with a teaching certificate. I say this as an individual with a master's degree in education. The Federal Department of Education has never instituted one single policy that has made American education better. If you look at our test scores from before its implementation and our test scores since, by every single metric, we have gotten worse. Where we have gotten better is we have made it so that individuals are not discriminated against. We have made it so that individuals that would normally have been Forrest Gump and excluded from school have been allowed to go to school. Where the failure is when you have a kid, and I'll give a great example from my own classroom. My last period of the day when I taught civics was I had 5 special ed kids in my room. As I'm teaching, one of the teacher's aides is talking, At the end of the first class, I said, I need to see you. I said, you need to come back after you get your student returned and dismissed for the day. I need to see you. So the teacher's aide comes and I said, what happened today cannot be the way my classroom runs. You cannot talk over me. You cannot speak while I am speaking. You are not the teacher. If your student has an issue, they can wait till I'm done with the point and raise their hand like every other student. And the teacher's aide is like, well, it's my responsibility to, and they finished their sentence. And I said, I understand. It's my responsibility to teach all of these kids, including the 5 special ed inclusion kids. The teacher's aide said, well, I'm going to continue to do it. And I said, I don't think you understand the way this works then. I declare you a disruption to my class. I declare that your student doesn't qualify for inclusion. I will be writing that up tonight. I will be taking that to Miss Smith, and I'll drop it off on her desk before I go home for the day. The next morning, there's me, there's Miss Smith, there's the teacher's aide in a meeting before school. And Miss Smith said to the teacher, are you talking over the instructor? And she said, yes, because, and the Miss Smith was like, she was the head of special ed. She's like, okay, there's the problem. Mr. J is right. You only assist where Mr. J is unable to dedicate the time. And I said, your student is more than welcome in my class today, but if you talk while I'm talking, I will ask you to leave. And at the end of the second day, she wouldn't shut the fuck up. And so I said, okay, you don't have to come to class. The third day, I had the kid in class, not the teacher's aide. Well, the kid did fucking fine. The kid had been fucking babied all the time. There's the teacher aide. Fucking, well, I have to take care of the special ed kid. You fucking sit there until the kid has a question. That kid and the kid was fucking, was barely fucking there. You know, had a body that didn't function, but loved taking the class and being treated like a person. At the same time, I only had 1 honors class, I had 1 inclusion class, and I had 3 academic classes. The Department of Education's belief, no child left behind. Well, how the fuck do we not no child left behind if I have to slow the class down to the slowest performers? That's why I had an honors class. That's why I had 3 academic classes, and I had what was called an inclusion class. Does anybody know what the code word for inclusion class is? It's remedial. It's the slow people. Guess what? I think we can do with some of the nuance in the remedial class. These kids can barely fucking read. These kids can barely fucking write. This class has to be all oral. This class has to be all verbal discussion. This class has to be round robin reading. Right? The honors class. Do you think I went round robin reading in the honors class? All right. Read sections 1.3 and 1.4 for tomorrow. All right. First 5 minutes of class. Does anybody have any questions about last night's reading? Go ahead. It's a really great point. Put a pin in that. I'm about to give you something you're going to love. Does anybody else have any questions about the reading? Good. Everything in those 2 sections is testable. Here is your 1 sheet transparency. That's the shit that's what your notes should look like. Now, we're going to dive in to the Federalist Papers. I didn't cover the Federalist Papers with the academic class. I might pull like 1 or 2 out. The honors class was getting shit above and beyond. Why? Because the honors class can read sections 1.3 and 1.4 and take notes on it and answer the questions in half of their study hall. What'd the Department of Education do? We're going to lower the standard, and 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 we're going to lower the standard. Now kids are like, fuck. The other example I give is when my mom went to school, my mom and my aunt went to school, they had to learn by rote memorization 15 by 15. My generation had to learn 12 by 12. My oldest kid had to learn 9 by 9. Now, why do I need to learn rote memorization? I'm going to have a calculator with me every day. You're right. You are. I even have a fucking calculator. Right? I even have a fucking calculator on my watch. We've gone the full circle, man. I got one of them. I got that old fucking button with the fucking little, I'm back to that. But there's something to be said about rote memorization. You have people that try to make an argument and they get mad about people like Ben Shapiro. People like Ben Shapiro, he uses a style known as Gish Gallop. Gish Gallop is a style where you throw a lot of facts at the other person and you bombard them with facts. Ben Shapiro also uses a style where he will agree to most of your point and he'll deliberately attack the part of your point that he believes you understand the least, thus invalidating your whole argument. Guess what? People don't like him. That's okay. I'm not telling you to like him. I'm telling you he uses a very smart debate style. If the objective is to debate and win, he uses a very smart style. If the objective is to educate, he's fucking useless. Out of curiosity, when designing tests, did you work answers to some questions into the questions on other parts of the exam? And what's your take on teachers who do that to see if their students are paying attention? No, I absolutely do not do that because I ask the least amount of questions on the test to test your knowledge mastery of it. I don't believe in large block unit tests because if I have failed you as the teacher, I don't need you to be in history class for 3 fucking weeks and find out 3 weeks later I've completely failed you. I never asked kids to memorize dates because in my day, the internet was starting to become a common thing. And the way I figured it is I saw the future of the internet. I'm like, I want the kids to learn conceptual history, not date-based history. I want you to know that Lincoln was inaugurated, and then I want you to know that the Civil War had started, and then I want you to know that the Emancipation Proclamation was signed, and then I want you to know that the war ended, and then I want you to know that Lincoln was assassinated. I want you to know that's the logical order. I don't need you to have 9 different dates that are all close and you put them in order. Why? Because that's literally brain dump material. I want you to understand, like, I'm going to piss somebody off in this channel. There's 25 of you on one channel. There's a couple in a couple other places. I am no doubt going to piss somebody off. The Civil War was not about slavery. Period. If you put out, what was the Civil War about? If you answer slavery, 0 out of 5 points. If you answer states' rights, 4 out of 5 points. States' rights to decide about slavery, 5 out of 5 points. Give me the most complete answer. The Civil War was not about slavery. You cannot say the Civil War was about slavery. No, it wasn't about freedom. It was not about freedom. It was about states' rights to choose the future of slavery. If you want the most complete answer, it was about states' rights to choose, states' autonomies to follow the signed Constitution. You cannot say the Civil War was about slavery. Yeah, states' rights to self-determination on the subject of slavery. Lincoln literally says, and I'm going to paraphrase because I'm not going to get the book and quote it. If I can stop this war by freeing no slaves, I will do that. If I can stop this war by freeing all the slaves, I would do that. And if I could stop this war by freeing some of the slaves and not others, I would do that too. If the commander-in-chief of the Union Army has literally reached out to President Jefferson of the Confederation and said, hey, look, I don't want this war. Jefferson Davis. I was like, that's not right. Jefferson Davis, President Davis, Jefferson Davis. If he can reach out to Jefferson Davis and say, hey, I want to end this war and I'm not going to take any slaves away. If Jefferson Davis had been smart, he would have been like, holy shit, let's jump at that. Let's jump at that shit. And let's clearly state we need to get back to what we agreed to. No non-slave state may be admitted to the Union until such time as a slave state is ready to be admitted to the Union. Now, I know some people are going to be, I can't believe you're justifying slavery. Motherfucker, slavery had existed on this fucking planet for like 12,000 years prior to that. Well, the world's only been around for 8,000 years. Fine, if the fucking world was only around for 8,000 years, slavery had been around fucking since the beginning. There's a great line in the movie Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter. Men have enslaved other men since they created gods to forgive them for doing so. Slavery has been a fucking thing. Is it fair to state that it was more to concrete federal power over the states? No. The Union didn't start the Civil War. The Southern states seceded. So it's not more than fair to state that. It's more than fair to say American slavery may have been the most oppressive slavery. Oh, I hope you're kidding. Compared to Greece and Rome, absolutely. Compared to the ancient world, abso-fucking-lutely. I want to remind you what some people consider the most oppressive slavery, because we self-perpetuated our own slave populations. Other societies castrated the slaves, the male slaves, so they couldn't breed. They turned them into the unsullied. Step 1, get them in. Step 2, clean them up. Step 3, chop off the pillar and the stones. I'm just saying. Depends on what we're saying. Was ours the worst system because we systematically eliminated the need to go catch more slaves and we were just breeding our own slaves? Yes, absolutely. The fact that we created a wholesale slave processing line? Absolutely. It's all about cocks in the end. Wouldn't find me fighting in an army if I didn't have a cock. Yeah, if you're gonna go all the way back to the Jewish times under the Egyptian times, the Jews under the Egyptians, fucking horrible. But I know where you're going with that. It wasn't that we were the most oppressive slavery. It was the fact that we had made slavery such an integrated part of our economy that we were looking for a way to not have to keep sending ships to Africa. Ours is the most fucked up. Most fucked up by far. Like, we were literally, America has been all about cutting out the middleman since the very beginning. Like, how the fuck did we cut out the fucking middleman? Oh, just have the fucking slave owners impregnate their slaves. How fucked up is that? Oh, well, wait a minute. These slaves are starting to look a little white. One drop rule. Fuck. A one drop rule. If you have one drop of black blood in you, it doesn't matter how white you are, how light you are, you're black. That's how fucked up our society is. I'll agree with you. We were the most oppressive insofar as that we codified into law. Like, these founding fathers are sitting around a table saying, all men are created equal. Not those men. Those aren't men. That's property. They're 3/5 of a person. One drop rule is still believed to this day. Yes, but not in an offensive racist way, in a leveling playing the field way. What's funny to me is, and I'm gonna part on this because I'm fucking hungry. What's tragic to me is this. To get Native American benefits, you have to prove your heritage is above 1/16th, 1/32nd, or 1/8th, depending on which benefit you're trying to get. Now, some of the nations, yeah, it's 1/8th, 1/16th, or 1/32nd, depending on what benefit you're trying to get. You would think that in America we'd have one fucking standard, but no, we're racist as shit when it comes to that. The people that we stole the fucking land from, they have to prove to 1/16th standard, sometimes as much as an 1/8, that they're Native American to get benefits. But the slaves we brought over only have to prove any lineage of black, and they're black. I'm all about fixing the fucking problems. But for fuck's sake, can we put everybody on the least oppressive rule? I'm telling you, if I ever, after the revolution that's coming and I become president, I'm giving the Native Americans back huge chunks of their fucking land. Be like, look, I expect to see buffalo. I want to see Tatanka. Here's fucking massive amounts of land. Before I die, I want to see buffalo. I want to see hot-ass women working the land. Right, but I'm not talking about... the tribes are usually a number, but we have like this number in the federal... For this federal benefit, you need this. For this federal benefit, you need this. And you're like, but I can't go back that... I don't know. I can't go back that many generations. Well, that's your fault. Well, you fucking burned the records. When you enslaved my people, you burned all our records. I don't fucking know. They're like, well, that's your problem. That's your problem, isn't it? It's like that SpongeBob where he's got the really long nose. That's your problem, isn't it? Sometimes I hate my fucking society. Anyway, speaking of my society, apparently I'm a white, straight, cisgender male who's about to go to a fucking Asian restaurant and eat stir fry. I'll see you guys tomorrow for video games.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the K?